Alright, folks. It is day 57. Welcome back. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So yesterday, we got into our Unit 12. The first half and a personalized practice wasn't too bad. You know, now we're getting into the groove of our new routine. Let's see. Time for total recall, right? Let's see how much we remember. So, as per usual, for the first 2 days of a new unit, we're going to write in English and recite in Japanese. Okay. So we were talking about jobs, right? Let's talk about jobs. This unit was a little weird because the professions aren't quite stuff that I would talk about too often. So it may take a little bit. So let's start with words before we hit the special predicate thing that was introduced. Yay. Let's see. So we have untenshu driver, I think. Untenshu sashinka. Sashinka. Dorio. Dorio. Oh, we didn't get. No, I didn't get the noun. I'm not gonna jump the gun on here. I don't know the person form of this. Curious why they didn't have the person form of that. It'll come up later. I'll keep it to myself for now. Driver, photographer. Okay, let's throw in other things. We'll probably link back to this. So you gotta throw in puro, right? Puro. Ibento. Dang it. Oh. Senshu. Yo, Indy. Yo. Genki. What'd you do today? Kyo wa dou desu ka? Daijoubu desu. Daijoubu. Totemo genki. Indy-san wa? Interesting. Mama? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Wait. Like so. I was gonna take a guess like so, but or is it going like something like or is it another type of response like oh right. There's so many routes that could go. You gotta explain yourself. Duolingo de 勉強している. Oh, okay. Oh, which I'll show a little bit later, but let me finish recalling. There was a change to Duolingo again, a little bit, as observational skills, and it actually does. Oh, is it Bankyo? Wait, that's not Bankyo, is it? I'm actually still not sure if that's the kanji for Bankyo. Every time I think I know. I don't really know how to define it, but Google Translate nailed it. Oh, okay. Fair enough. It's fair enough. Oh, mama. Okay. Okay, so ure something. I see doko so ko kobo. I can see that. So maybe it's kobo beat I. Yeah, I think you're probably Millie. I don't know any of that besides your conjugations. So, okay. That sounds like a disconnect between emotional intelligence there. Okay. So, let me see. I need to finish my total recall for the beginning of the stream. So, let's try to zone in on some stuff before we forget again. So, Jimu, Chimu. Oshokan. Jisho. I had another one, I lost it. Fine. Oh. Honyaksu. I was thinking it from dictionary. Onyaksu. And then I think that's good enough for the stuff. And then let's do, so we gotta think about predicates. So we have the this new thing where they do suru. I'm gonna call it like a suru link or something. So the suru links, obviously we start with shimasu. So the suru link, and you can place things like the ones that currently that we have linked are we can do utenshimasu, I think. And then ryori shimasu, I think. Obviously, I'm using these in quotations. Undo shimasu. This one's actually new. Hey, Sub-Zero. Have I learned katakana before? Yes, I have, Millie. It's been a very, very long time. Yes. That does not mean honyaku. That means translation. No, it's not honyakusa. Yakusha. Oh, yeah, it is actually. But honyaku. Millie, calm down. Calm down, dude. We're recalling things. It's not. This is how you learn, all right? And honyak is translate. Yes, I get it. And honyaksha, okay? All right, calm down. Exercise. You typing like a lot of things in Japanese doesn't mean I don't understand how to read kana. There's vocabulary involved as well. So if you continue to spam like really long Japanese sentences and not exercising the idea that someone is learning Japanese, it can come off as a little pedantic. Just a little bit. A little bit. So let's see. Exercise. I feel like there was a new. Oh, I guess you could actually put honyakushimasu. Yeah, probably. Honyakushimasu. How many versions of pseudo links did we get yesterday? I feel like there might be one more. No. Orimasu. I think this is good. I don't know if the driving one is. I'm not sure if I have the driving one. But definitely the exercise and the translate. Definitely the traveling too. Do I have any more nouns or other things or adjectives? Do I have any more adjectives? What did we use yesterday? Like tai hen, which tai hen is fine. Kore wa ii? Oh, is that? Wait, why are you saying kore wa ii, Indy? What does pedantic mean? Pedantic means overly explanatory. As in, when you see someone doing the actual thing and trying to figure it out, and you continue to reinforce how much you know onto that person, that's being pedantic. So, for example, I'm going to stop now, or else I will be pedantic on lecturing on what pedantic means. It's kind of, what is a pedantic? I think the word that I feel most people would use is nagging. Nagging. But that's kind of a negative word. Pedantic is a little different. It's a little bit more muted in my opinion. People love to nag. Like I'm going to get something wrong if I'm doing this from memory. It's very clear that yesterday I remembered quite a few words. I feel like I'm missing something. There was a good one. I can't seem to get it. There's one that is like it was there and I lost it. And I'm gonna beat my oh man. When it comes up, I'm gonna be like, dang it. Because I thought it was really good. I really liked how they did it. But what is it? I don't know. I think this is all I got. Today is pretty good. Is there a chat you're not seeing? YouTube chat. YouTube chat. Yeah, I'm consistently juggling 2 chats. In case you're wondering. Yeah. Yeah, I like to sample as many people as I can. Paul might show up in a little bit. Paul is a French person that I've got to know a little bit over the past week. Art student who is very interested in Japanese art or art in general, but have a particular interest in Japanese is how we came across. And I think Paul is having a break from all the exams now and gonna try to use Duolingo as a way to complement some of the stuff that Paul's already doing. Yeah. And a very different population of people. I would say I'm not going to go into like a separation of how Twitch community and YouTube community is a little bit different, but it kind of leads to a lot of different encounters. Yeah, I can't quite remember what the... Okay, let's go over from the top, right? There aren't any grammar points. No grammar points in this unit. As in, what I mean is I did not pick up any new grammar points. Like new patterns. There are no new patterns in this. So, no new patterns. What about frequencies? Days, adverbs, no new adverbs. Not like, we still use like Taksan was used a couple times, but that's from last unit. We still got like mainichi, shumatsu, raishu. Yeah, no. And then still asking when, where, what, do desu ka? No, non desu ka actually, but no time. Okay. So yeah. I do feel like there was a unique predicate though that I'm missing. Oh, no. Although this is important. No, we're using skaimasu in a useful way. So all puns intended. Useful way. Skaimasu. Use in a useful way. Adjectives. I can't think of any adjectives. So largely I'm missing some nouns. Or things like nouns. Maybe I'm missing some places too. Besides the library. The library is the one that I remember most vividly. And I guess ibento. Oh. I guess nabi. Nabi. There's nabi. Nabi is because traveling. Traveling was described. Oh! Oh, there is one. I found it. I found it in my head. It's a word that I don't know what it is anymore. I see it's an a. I don't know. I'm gonna say aterimasu. Ateramas. Yeah. Or araimasu. Araimasu. I'm gonna say it's something like araimasu or something. We'll know soon. Is wash. And the reason why I remember this is because Indy made a funny joke or made a funny rhetoric yesterday and say, who cares about if they wash? Like, why do I need to know this? And I'm like, yep, thanks, Indy. That's how I got to wash. So, again, Millie, pedantic. Again, Millie, pedantic. The whole idea is to recall and find out. But Millie says it's araimasu, which, yes. Because I couldn't see, again, pedantic. Millie, you typed it in kana and in romaji. I get it. I get it. The whole point of this section. I know you're trying to help. That's what pedantic means. So, like, the whole idea is for me to try to remember the things. I do this every time, and I talk about this every time in the beginning of the stream. The idea is to try to remember, not be told what it is. Do I like Japanese culture? Of course I like Japanese culture. So, it's araimasu. So instead of urimasu, I thought maybe it's, ararimasu, but it's an E. So I guess it's possibly, we'll try it's probably arau, maybe? Arau. But yes, wash. Thank you, Indy. Thank you for reminding me why do we need to know this? Because I remember you made the comment about, like, why do we need to know if bus drivers wash their you said, like, it's kind of weird for me, but why do we need to know that bus drivers wash buses? That's the only way I remembered that. And I think that's it. I think that's the only unique predicate. There might be one other unique predicate that I'm forgetting, but we'll see. We'll see. Do I stream on Facebook? No, I don't stream on Facebook. We kind of talked about this yesterday. I think you asked me, Millie, you asked me what social media I use. And I have it's concluded that I have a lot of social media accounts that are now dormant. And only YouTube and Twitch are where I post public things. And I use Discord. Discord is comfortable enough for me to share things after hours without the, I don't know, the concern for social quos and viral things, I suppose. Right, this is pretty good. I think I got most of them. I feel like I got most of them. How many elements are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's actually 14. And then 17. That's pretty good, actually. It's usually around 20. Now, it's anywhere between 15 and 20 elements. So, plus or minus. So, we're looking at like plus or minus 2 or 3. 2 to 3 new elements that are missing. So, they try to, at least this unit did not change. It's usually between 15 to 20. Alright, let's just hop into our lesson and see what happens. I do have Discord, Indy. I do. That's where most of the stuff after hours. I'm always I'm attached to my PC quite a lot, so talk a lot. When the voice gives out, I usually resort to typing. When the voice gives out, I usually resort to typing, like most everyone else. Because unfortunately, regardless of how much I want to practice a language, you don't want to like destroy your vocal cords in response. Yeah. What is the food I'm eating? It's fried rice. It's fried rice with chicken. Yep. Westernized fried rice, I would say. Not American Chinese fried rice, but Westernized. It's kind of like your steamed bag version of things, or a little snack. It's less about tasty, but probably more about nutrition, really. Hey, all right. So let's get in here. It's a shame I don't have any kanji, but Indy most definitely showed me that the kanji is pretty cursed, so I can wait. I'm pretty modest about my kanji progress. Let's not. I didn't make it myself. My father did. My father just walked in and placed it here. So I grabbed it from I didn't. It just happened. If it looked like I looked off to the screen, it's usually because someone entered the room. Usually my father. Okay. Did I forget anything here? No. Okay. So, I really want to like hit today hard, but I know to regulate myself. As much I've been trying very, very hard not to do like 24-hour, 36-hour streams. Not a young person anymore, and you ultimately just feel awful. You ultimately just feel awful pushing yourself too hard. So I'm always trying to fight my inner demons, my inner temptation to run until my eyes bleed out. That's usually how I approach most things. Back when I was younger, I suppose. Nowadays, lots of moderation. Gotta keep on the moderation. Right. I did my taxes. I finished my taxes. I forgot to report another form, so caught it before tax day. Konban chimu to bangohan o tabemasu. I'm going to eat dinner with my team tonight. You know, it's Okay. Let me. What would you say? Would you say tonight, or would you say this evening? Let's see a show of hands of your personalities, folks. Would you say this evening or tonight? I actually would say this evening. However, Duo likes to switch back and forth just to keep you on your toes. But like tonight or this evening? I like the sound of evening. Like it's kind of very comforting. So that's why immediately I was looking for, I'm going to eat dinner with my team this evening, and I was looking for a while where this evening is in the chat. Actually, oh no, there's no keyboard function. I was about to say, what if I wrote this evening? This evening sounds too formal. Yeah, I'm a formal kind of guy, you know? Do I like Fortnite? I like the idea of Fortnite. I myself, I think when you use the word like, probably you're talking about literally, right? I don't play Fortnite. I like the concept of Fortnite. Much like I like the concept of Minecraft and Roblox, but I do not play it. I do have an OG Minecraft account though. Back in the beta days when Notch was still working on it. Or the alpha days actually. Back when the... By the way, you're watching I Show Speed? That's interesting. As in, is that a Fortnite influencer, Seth? I have no idea who I Show Speed is. This evening? I don't think I've said tonight a lot. Yeah, I'm a this evening kind of person. But Sub-Zero raises an interesting point about too formal for Sub-Zero. That shows a bit of personality. I like it. I like it, Sub-Zero. Yeah, I say this evening all the time. I say this evening to my friends as well. My friends and I are this evening kind of people. Oh, are you free this evening? As opposed to, are you free this night? How do I not know I Show Speed? Well, the world is quite big. And Fortnite is definitely gigantic. However, I am not acquainted with a lot of Fortnite people. So, as such, I invest most of my efforts into people's interests. So the people closest to me do not have an interest in Fortnite. So typically, I do not invest any time in exposing myself to the Fortnite universe, be it content creators or what have you. However, you can tell me about I Show Speed, Beth. You are more than welcome to tell me why you watch I Show Speed and stuff like that. Perfectly all right. I want to be careful to say that name dropping can be a little bit YouTube or Twitch sensitive, so probably want to be a little bit polite when mentioning other people. For me, I have no comments about other content creators, usually. Unless I know them personally and have their consent on what they do. I'm thinking about it, and tonight would be more like when the stars are out. I eat dinner at like 5 p.m. I see. I say this evening regardless of the night. I like the idea of evenings. And tonight is whenever the sun sets. And I actually do the reverse, where the evening is later than the night. The evening encompasses the entire concept of the sun being down. And night is when night falls. So we differ a little, which is pretty cool, if you know what I mean. I did see the solar eclipse on the 8th. Where I was, I'm not in the path of totality. However, where I was close enough to see the effects of the eclipse. I ran outside. It was during the usual time that I run outside. So it was a very wonderful experience. I also have experienced the eclipse 7 years ago as well. Just so happens I lived close enough to the path as well 7 years ago. And hey, fun story. I think it's going to be another like 25 years until the next eclipse. We still got another eclipse. Guys, stay healthy. Stay healthy, you know. Stay mentally active. Get your privilege on. And you can make it to the next eclipse. And just so you know how crazy this is, there are places in wherever I was anyway. You don't see eclipse effects for like hundreds of years. So it's pretty cool to experience 2 eclipses in a lifetime, and possibly a 3rd eclipse. I might actually, in the future, I might do a 25-year plan, or it's around 20 years. Might get a road trip or something and go out of our way to road trip to the path of totality. Yeah, isn't that so serendipitous, Indy? Just the idea of saying that you're a human being that lived in a time period where you've experienced 3 eclipses by coincidence. That's pretty outrageous. Like, to give you a little scope, right? The person that I watched, the influencer that I watch, he drove out to Indianapolis to experience a totality, and he talked about a lot of like cultural things and historical things, and he said the last time that an eclipse came about in that path in where they went was back in the 800s. So it's pretty nuts, like how rare it is. So that's why it's kind of interesting to be human beings that coincidentally be able to experience at least 3 eclipses. That's pretty outrageous, in my opinion. It's almost as though the stars align. I'm sorry, that's a terrible joke. That's a terrible dad joke. The stars do really feel like they align. No, we got another solar eclipse before GTA 6. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny. No, GTA 6 will come out. Don't worry. GTA 6 will come out before the next eclipse. They have 20 years. Seth. They have 20 years. Rockstar Games have 20 years to release GTA 6 before the next eclipse. 90s kids are the best kids. All right. Let's keep going here.
プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか?
90 kids are the... Technically, I'm an 80s kids, okay? Indy, I'm technically an 80s kid, but then I'm like at the tail end of the 80s kid where the 80s kids would kick me out of the 80s club. So I'm like in the middle. You know, it's kind of like those Gen Zs that are right at the edge of... no, not the Gen Zs that are right at the edge of millennials. It's like, oh, like, where do I go? It's like, where do I belong? I'm 87. So technically I got my foot in the 80s club. I am an 80s club. So I don't know if I'm gonna organize my Japanese notes this time around. What do you mean organize your Japanese? Yeah, I'm 87. Isn't GTA 6 confirmed to be coming out next year? Barring no delays and whatnot, Hugh. Yes. Barring like no delays, etc. I think the Seth was trying to be hyperbolic and funny, right? Hyperbolic statements are kind of entertaining when taken out. Yeah, the outcast. Boy. I tease my friend about being born in 99. He constantly says he's a 90s kid. Yeah, it feels kind of rough, right? Kind of rough. A personal friend that I've met online for like the last 4 years, he's born in the year 2000. Like 2000, flat. Imagine being born 2000. Yes. I've forgotten my age. Subtract. You just subtract 2000. That's it. You're not gonna live to... Oh, you're born in 2000? Dude, Sub-Zero. That's an awesome year, in my opinion. Well, it was a crazy year, too. Man, you were born on Y2K. Imagine. Nothing happened on Y2K, but there were concerns. 90s kids would understand the Y2K thing, I think, at least. I mean, I was an 80s kid, but you could appreciate the Y2K thing. Yeah, we all sure thought the world was gonna end. Yeah, man. Oh, true. Golden, yeah, dragon. Right, dragon. True. Year of the rabbit. Year of the rabbit. Sub-Zero. Year of the rabbit. If luck is if I can coincidentally make a narrative of being lucky in life, I think Year of the Rabbit does suit very well. The N is nigh. You had to stick that in. That's a good game though. You know? Wait, actually Fictitious, did you play the N is nigh? Yeah, I'm gonna need some substance. No? I feel like kind of the guy that would bootstrap through a game like that. They had to give you something. Don't worry. Don't worry. I include 90s kids and 2000s kids. You know, I don't reveal that I'm an 80s kid really, but still. Anyone can be an honorary 80s kids. You know, if you want to be an 80s kid, well, what even happened in the 80s? For me, like, how does one be an 80s kid? Honestly, I don't carry any things from the 80s. Millie, you're from 2007? I see. Gen Z. Nice. Like, I really don't know. Hair bands? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if... Yeah, hair bands. I think that's true. Hair bands. And we're talking about the United States here. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I have to clarify. Yeah, hair bands in the... Probably. I think I'm more of a 90s baby. Like, what's a 90s baby? Sega Genesis. Not Sega Master System. Sega Genesis. 90s baby? Sega Genesis. I still play Sega today. Deep cut, but Sega Genesis. Like, use things that are made by Sega, but they're largely a video game publisher now. But that's a 90s thing. Peak 90. Grunge music, yeah, boy bands and girl bands. Ooh. In Sync, Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, all iterations of Britney Spears. We're talking about like Christina Aguilera and stuff. And then grunge music. If I had to pick grunge music that was a product of 90s, I don't know. You know what? I would say not necessarily grunge music. I would say punk bands first. 90s punk bands. Blink-182, Green Day. Like, I know Green Day is out before that, but the peaks. Yeah, Green Day, Sum 41, Offspring. Ooh, I went through a phase. I was a 90s baby. I went through a phase. Like, boy bands, yes. Girl groups, check. Was Spice Girls 90s? And then we had like Aqua. Was Aqua 90s too? And then the Dawn, but 2000 babies, okay? Sub-Zero, 2000 babies, Eurotrance. Eiffel 65, Kylie Minogue, Eurotrance. Oh yeah, Robot Chicken and Futurama. True. Yeah, Adult Swim. Oh, okay. We gotta stop reminiscing. Like, we're gonna offend all the other people. Indie, 90s babies, best kids, right? Best kids. all jokes aside, I think all the years have wonderful things. I don't think I lived early enough to appreciate the 80s. I think most of my 80s experience are in retrospect. I do watch a lot of 60s, 70s film though. That's the closest thing I have to trying to connect with 60s, 70s. Oh dang, the 9/11 scare. Fictitious. Listen. That's a deep cut right there. And then the Y2K, yeah, gotta remember the Y2K. Too real.
プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？プロのサッカー神社
Oops.
選手の
Oh, I don't need
No.
a no in Saka for whatever reason.
は
I'm still not quite sure about that. Oh, shikoto shimasu. Shikoto shimasu. I forgot that. You can put shikoto in front to work. Shikoto suru. Okay.
プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？はどうですか？プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？
Yeah, I'm still not sure about the no not being here. I can't really tell when like these things don't need a no. Still. Trauma shapes? Wait, trauma shapes? Yeah, to work is still hard for you to say. Oh, shikoto shimasu? Yeah. Shikoto shimasu? I feel at least lucky to have experienced some 90s stuff like the Gen 1 Pokemon games. Oh my gosh, that's a deep cut. Yeah, true. Gen 1 Pokemon games. I was 12 and 13 when Pokemon Red and Blue was published, between the ages of 12 and 13. Yeah, that clearly slaps it a little. It's technically clearly slaps it into the 90s. Kind of like, you know, my older brother are 93 and 94, so they gave me what they didn't want. I see. Anyway. Tsutemeru? Tsutomeru? That's to work? Dang. Tsutomeru? Interesting. I was a Digimon kid too, yes. I was a Digimon kid as well. I was all of the above, actually. Don't forget Metabots and Zoids. They were 90s too. Well, Zoids is kind of like 2000. But that's when the stuff was fading away. But Metabots was still a thing too. It was like the height of that whole kid for kids, collectathon, Hasbro stuff all over the place. Just so you know, I did keep in touch with a little bit of the post 2000 stuff that other kids like Ninjago or something like that, like the 3D stuff, 4Kids Hasbro stuff. I looked into some of that. I mean, I watched Voltron on Netflix. I like to keep in touch with kids. It's a lot more helpful, in my opinion, as an adult, to kind of look at what younger people are looking at in order to use it as a way to speak to them. Because if you're completely out of touch, it's very difficult. I think it's very difficult to resonate and create a emotional connection when you have to leave an impression on a kid. So I stay young. I stay pretty young on that part. Like Pixar films, Disney films, all your 4Kids TV things like Pixar Planes. Occasionally I look at that stuff. Nickelodeon programming, the new iterations of like Blue's Clues and SpongeBob, things like that. I tend to keep up a little bit, enough to strike a conversation. You gotta stay cultured to be an adequate like adult to talk to younger people. I try to stay hip, but not hip in the sense of young independent adults. Not that hip. I'm not like slapping things, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's a pun, guys. Things don't slap. Listen, it's a joke, Indy. I'm using hip ironically, okay? I'm using hip as ironically funny. Don't at me, okay? 4Kids and their anime edits, yeah. 4Kids TV, the anime edits to remove cigarettes and blood and stuff, yeah. Yep. Listen. I mean, wait, 90s babies. Edgelords, right? Edgelords. I think edgy is a 90s thing. Hip is like 80s. Hip is 80s for sure. Like 80 or earlier. But edge, like being edgy, that's 90s and on. What was a 2000 term? I use the word cultured now. Sorry, Sub-Zero. I tend to sound more formal. If I'm using my natural diction, I would use formal words. That's why I feel like Japanese people I'll probably not really resonate too much with Japanese people in a casual sense, but usually in the formal sense. Even my English diction, my personal English diction is quite formal. So if this is the contradictory thing. If I'm getting much more familiar with you, as in like if you want to know if I'm becoming more and more casual with you, then I start to speak more and more formal with you, because in this context, I generally try to speak casually. Because it's inappropriate to sound too formal in this environment. However, when someone gets to know me and I start to stop using filters and stuff that makes me more appropriate so that I don't sound intimidating, I actually sound very formal. I use words that whoever I know, I trust them to say like, I have no idea what this word is, or like, can you explain this better, or something like that. So the more casual or the more however, if I get to know someone better and better, I will become more and more formal. As in, I will use words that are typically in my lexicon that I don't usually get the chance to use. And typically it's like throwing around idiosyncrasy, being like a plethora of esoteric knowledge, right? Things like that. So I have natural tendencies that are considered borderline pedantic, much like I'm using now. I'm using pedantic in a pedantic manner. Utterly verbose. My ruminations can go on for 30 minutes filled with various facsimiles of the same idea, but ultimately they're perspective shifts largely, with no like increasing knowledge or meaning to them. There's a turn of phrase, if you will, various turn of phrases on things, just to give an idea. It's not that I don't want to be friendly or don't want to open up. Sometimes it requires trust in order to not feel intimidated. or it requires trust and openness to understand that, in my opinion, I love language, but I also love deep thinking. It would be unrealistic and very pompous of me to assume that I am entitled to gaslight everyone else into deep thinking. I actually quite love the purity of naturalistic living styles and simplicity. Like, austere lifestyles absolutely breathe envy from me. Like, it broods envy. I love when someone can sit there and paint with this such joyous appearance on their face without the care in the world that someone else is slowly telling them that their profession is useless or it's suboptimal. Meanwhile, the back of my head, I'm like, oh man, this person is very talented, is passionate. It's a shame that, or like there's like this disconnect oftentimes. Like, it's a shame that more can't happen to this person because their skills and passion can take away from their worldliness. Sometimes people of great passion are not worldly because they're passionate about the thing. So now I'm starting to sound like I usually am whenever someone says something in Discord or something. That's usually the language I'm using. Like, I'm usually incredibly verbose on making mundane things extraordinary, because otherwise I wouldn't be so happy doing the same thing every day. I actually love hanging out with your grandparents because they would say things I've never heard before. There you go. There you go. I'm envious, I would say. I was not simple enough to appreciate my grandparents before it was too late. So it's one of those things, like, I like to think that now with that appreciation, I can still find fondness without them being here. So that's pretty awesome. When I was younger, I have always largely been around older people, right? It was one of those things. It's very hard to resonate with people outside my mental age, not my biological age. But nowadays, though, I hang out with younger people, so you know, life is strange, which is also a game series published by Square Enix. But life is strange.
プロのサッカー選手の仕事はどうですか？
ゲームも翻訳しますか？
If there's anything I kind of want to strive for, it's not fluency in Japanese, by the way, guys. Spoilers. Is having ultimately be this 60-year-old man, or like this 60-year-old Gramps who sits there, and when I say things, it could be about paint drying, but it can sound captivating. I think that's kind of a life goal of mine. So, hey, everyone just sits around and watch me describe how paint dries, and it, for whatever reason, it's captivating. That's kind of probably not like a simple, in my opinion, a simple but unattainable goal in my life. Make it so that anything someone sees, they can find something beautiful or something electric or invigorating about it. You know, when you go out, you look at a tree, you've seen that tree like 100 times over. However, each day you'll discover something new about that tree, because your life doesn't give you everything. Like, life can't give you everything, right? So the idea is you appreciate all the things it does give you. That's kind of how I feel when I talk to older people, especially those who found closure and solace in their advancing wisdom. The things they say can be about things you know about, but the way they say it, you just haven't heard it before. And how deep does that well go? Well, they're over half a century older than you. At least from my perspective, when I'm thinking about the grandparents that I've encountered and whatnot. Heck, my closest friends' parents are 20 plus years older than me, and the things they say are fantastic. Yeah, sorry, that sounded a little sappy or not. Movies, movies, anime, manga, those are projections of people's experiences. So it's kind of like that, only now you're talking to the person, right? And if that person is incredibly eloquent, they can do it live, as opposed to a medium that you need to wait for, something like that. So I'm always excited when the opportunity presents itself to talk to a creator of that magnitude, someone who just exudes this mystique, but also simplicity. It's a balance that makes some authors and writers and creators almost incomprehensibly charming and charismatic, like unfathomably charming and charismatic. It's to the point where even if you hear a bunch of YouTube videos, right, or you look at a bunch of YouTube videos, when you meet them in person, it's quite astoundingly electric. Throw in a few of my words here. I sound like this when I'm typing. I try not to sound like this most of the time. I think it's sometimes it can come off as like I love to hear myself talk. Not in like a humble way, but more in a over exaggerated, heavy-handed, hyperbolic way, which I try to refrain from doing because I'm not selling hype here, guys. Don't get hype. Don't get hype. Learning Japanese is fun, but don't get hype. Do you... Let's see. ゲームも... Oh, 翻訳します。翻訳しますか? Do you translate games? Do you also translate games? Do you also wait, where's... Oh. Video games. Sure. Video games.
よくどこで写真を撮りますか?
You know what? The whole idea of video games? What are your guys' thought about video games? The English vernacular for video games. Honestly, I still don't... I think that's not descriptive enough anymore. Like, do video games actually describe digital games? And you have video games that aren't digital. I usually use digital games nowadays. Like when someone asks me, what type of games do you play? Oh, digital games, as opposed to tabletop games or whatnot. And then you could go even, you can go even deeper and say, I think most people use the phrase games until it's asked to be specified. But video games, I almost feel like it's a fun traditional phrase that's carried a lot of meaning, but now may be lost in the newer generation. No, because it would be a board or a tabletop game otherwise, right? Well, there are tabletop games is the other genre, which is non-digital. So yeah, I suppose that's where I'm trying to make a rationale. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, tabletop games is how I'm making a rationale for the existence of video game. I just don't know what people think when they're thinking about video games these days. Oh, and other games are sports games. So physical games, which most people don't say. They say sports. So it leaves the convention of games and it goes into sports, right? Interesting enough. Like we got I know well, I don't play sports. However, sports are games, right? But they're sports. But they're a form of gaming. Yeah, you would just say the sport and not games. Yeah. So the idea is like we don't have to explain this ever, right? Like in a language setting, we don't have to explain the difference anymore. Where like, oh, gameu means video games, right? However, gameu means a lot of things, if you know what I mean. So like for Japanese, the katakana, right? There's an extra interpretation here. Gameu as in video game. But gameu itself is a lot of games. Have you heard of big game? You know, like big game. Let me know what you guys think of the phrase big game. As in like big game hunting, which is technically hunting, but the game itself is big game. So I don't know. It's interesting. I just a few thoughts in my head. You prefer esports? Fair enough. Esports. Tekken 8 is pretty hype at the moment. It certainly is. It's a great time to be a Bamco Tekken fan. Doing quite well. You know the sports thing? EA Sports. It's in the game. Sports. Game. Sorry, that's my best impression of. I could try harder, but I don't think I can get it. my voice doesn't go that deep. Like, let's try. What a 90s thing. Wait, EA Sports. Oh yeah, true. Like EA Sports. It's in the game, or something like that. I haven't done that in a long while. I haven't played a video game in a long while. It's been over 7 days. There's an update coming up on mid-April that I'll play some video games on the side, but it's been a while since I played a video game on stream. I love taking the opportunity to read dialogue in different voices. That's my recent fun thing to do. If I had to read dialogue because not everything's voiced over, I like messing around with voice acting. Casually, obviously. I have no aspirations to be a voice actor either. But it would be kind of fun. You play your games in Italian? Nice, Chips. Nice. Unfortunately, I can't read Italian. I hope to read in my default Japanese voice in the future. My like stereotypical method voice, like omoshiroi, yoku, I don't know, yoku sushi o tabemasu. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what the tone of my Japanese reading voice is going to be in the future. But to heck if I'm going to try a high pitch voice. Like, yatta! No, that's too high. Like, I don't know if I can even keep that. But I need like different voices if I'm gonna read Japanese like video game lines or something. In English, you could, in English I have a bit more of a flexibility on. We're not talking about like I'm not doing voice manipulations, but holding the tone in different ways. So for example, when I think of voice acting, I think of two different things, and I'm not doing the one thing, which is to do impersonations. I'm not great at impersonation. The only thing I'm doing is I'm speeding up, I'm changing pitch, volume, and speeding up and slowing down. Like, so I'm literally changing the speed accent, like the accents, right? So a lot of times, like, oh, if I need to be like a little stuttered, like, oh, okay, is this okay? Like, I think this is pretty good. Like, are you sure? Like, I don't. So you can do like different patterns and whatnot, and I do that with my voice as opposed to southern drawl. Like, I can't do southern drawl, so I typically make my voice sound slightly different. Like, I need to sound like and the boy walks through the woods. He looks up. It's a moon. Bright, majestic. Things like that. Like, change the tone of your voice, not necessarily go out and sound like Goofy or Mickey Mouse or Kermit the Frog. I can't do any of that. I tried. I did try, but it takes kudos to all the people who can do those things. You've heard that usually your Japanese voice will get deeper. I believe that. I would like to have a default voice that is a little bit darker, like deeper than my current voice, my English voice. When I hear my English voice, it comes off as slightly pingy and a little bit higher, obviously because of bone conduction. When you speak, most of your perception of your own voice is through like the vibration and the bone conduction in your. So when you hear your recorded voice, it's like, yeah, man, I sound like a whiny 90s kid. Anyways, I always thought when I hear recordings of my own like seminars or my own teaching like lectures, I sound like some 20-year-old trying to sound 40, but it ultimately ends up sounding somewhere in between. I would love to do like the whole, what's a good one, like the Morgan Freeman thing, you know, have that really deep. Oh, you know what, we got to be a little trendy now. It's all about what's his name, Knuckles, Phantom Liberty. What's the actor's name? He's like everywhere now, but he's the major current roles recently was like main character in one of the main characters in Phantom Liberty, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. He's playing Knuckles in a miniseries from the Sonic Hedgehog cinematic universe. What's his name? He has a cool name too. Not Keanu. No, not Keanu. But that's a good one. His voice is pretty good. Oh yeah, and he is in Cyberpunk too. That, come to think of it, that's fair. Opposite of him, the other dude, and he's only in Phantom Liberties, not Johnny Silverhand. I really like his voice. It's so nice. I think it's fantastic, but I can't imitate that. It doesn't come out naturally. I don't have a great chest voice. My resting chest voice is not hot. I feel like I'm generally in slightly oh yeah, Idris Elba. Yeah, yes, that guy. That would be a new age trend, I think. Idris Elba what is the new trend. Morgan Freeman was like, you know, before that it was Morgan Freeman, right? I feel like I sound more creepy. I sound more creepy like when Anthony Hopkins, speaking of boomer right here, but when Anthony Hopkins is like voicing a really creepy character like Hannibal Lecter. That's kind of how I feel when the way my voice sounds like if I really tweak it up into the normal pitch range, Like, I'm trying to relax my jaw a lot to keep my pitch down. It really does start sounding like a creeper. In my opinion, I don't know. I've often don't go up to strangers or other people I ask, like, oh, what does my voice sound like? Like, well, if I sound very enthusiastic, it kind of sounds a little creepy, you know? Like something like Hannibal Lecter. Yeah, he's the trend guy. So Elba is the trend guy, right? So usually that means that they get a ton of gigs, but overall it ends up being average, right? If you know what I mean. That's the difference between being a trend guy and someone like Leonardo DiCaprio, which typically they get hired for eclectic, right? Because there's a different, you know, being popular and being picky and artistic are unfortunately, when it comes to like score ratings and stuff, tend to float differently. So for example, you have to look at his amount, the number of things he's in, and if you're able to maintain above a rating system, even in an aggregate database, that's consistency. So one can be like a 9 or 10 if they carefully select their projects. And then there are people who like are in every which way film, and then you're comparing it in a different scale. You're comparing it in like the difference between a 6 and a 7 average is gigantic. It's kind of one of those things. In like, for example, let's bring it back to Duolingo. The first 7 days can be statistically wild, but now at 57 days, it's now statistically far more consistent, almost exponentially more statistically consistent than the first 7 days. So any additional day becomes less and less impactful. So the range starts narrowing down, and to increase or decrease from the average in a normal distribution, right? Usually it's pretty impressive to stay above average if you're incredibly popular. Like, just take everything. Like, for example, Nicolas Cage. Go look at Nicolas Cage's filmography or what have you. That doesn't mean he's not incredibly popular and edgy and cultured. I don't watch a lot of Nicolas Cage things, but the reason why I brought them up is Pedro Pascal, right? he played a role with Pedro Pascal in the unbearable weight of talent. I forgot what the name of the movie is. Absurd. I can't be like, it's like the unfathomable weight of extraordinary talent or something. And I thought they were brilliant. And Pedro Pascal is in like everything too. Pedro Pascal is edgy as well, along with what's that, Michelle Yeoh. Oof. Michelle Yeoh is like everything too. Anyways, I'm done. We're done. Now we're studying Japanese, or we're practicing Japanese, or whatever you want to call this.
よくどこで写真を撮りますか？どこで
写真か。No, 写真を撮ります。
か。よくどこで写真を撮りますか？
Okay, nothing new here. よくどこで写真を撮りますか？
時々スポーツのイベントで写真を撮ります。
Nope, nothing new there. I take photos at sports events. Oh, I sometimes take yeah. I sometimes take photos at sports events. Okay.
プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？プロの
something.
プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？
Okay. プロの野球選手
野球
whoops 野球選手
は
は
はの
の
仕事
仕事
は
仕事 something
はどうですか
Probably.
プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか
Yeah. This is a phrase structure that can come in handy. プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか Wait, did I do something? Wait, why are you laughing and saying something? Wait, did I say something funny? Did I say something like was something? I do that a lot. If that's
図書
what.
館で辞書を使います。
Right, library, right? I'm being funny? Oh, okay. Fair enough. 図書館 Oh my gosh. This
図書館
図書館 I just can't I'm gonna struggle with library. 図書館で辞書を使います Okay. 使います I'm gonna say that a couple more times, like I think it's gonna come in. Okay. 図書館で辞書を使います Okay. I use the dictionaries at Heckin plural. I use dictionaries at the library.
大学のイベントで写真を撮ります。
Spent so long looking for something.
大学
Wait.
大学のイベントで写真を撮ります。のイベントで
写真
を撮ります。撮ります。大学のイベントで写真を撮ります。撮ります。
Oh, wait, yeah. What am I doing?
大学のイベントで写真を撮ります。
Yeah. 大学のイベントで写真を撮ります。Okay. Alright, I'm focusing, guys. I promise. I'm not trying to be omoshiroi. Haha, being funny. Haha, sorry. How it works as a bus driver. Okay. I mean, how... I'm telling you, this phrasing. Okay. How does this work again? That's not a pun. I'm being serious. I'm with myself.
バスの運転手は仕事はのどうですか
Okay. The no chain. I think. bus no 運転手の仕事はどうですか? Gozen. Oh, I forgot about Gozen. A Gozen is another one. So plus or minus 1, right? So, or plus or minus 2 to 3. Gozen is the other one.
午前
Gozen. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I couldn't help it. This synthetic voice is like incredibly anime.
午前午前
Gozen. All right. Gozen 9時頃. Yeah, 9時頃. 9時頃. Work. 9時頃 work. 仕事します. Wait. Oh, I will go to work. Whoops. Never mind. Just kidding.
9時
9時頃仕事に行きます. I'm like, I will go to work. Or am I working? 午前9時頃仕事に行きます. Okay.
毎朝
Yeah, no, yeah.
午前
Would I put that? Yeah, I would do that, right? 毎朝午前4時4時に起きます.
起きます
Yeah, I guess. 毎朝午前4時に起きます. Oh, okimas came up so much because there's so much sleeping and waking up in Frien. There's so much sleeping and waking up. It's like, oh yeah, when do you wake? It's like, wow, you're waking up early. Like, okimas everywhere. Sorry. Yesterday was anime day, so got another chance to listen to anime again, right? And I'm gonna say, by coincidence, the episodes we watched, I would say I understood 50 to 60% of what was said. But the thing is, the context of those episodes happened to be really casual. I mean, besides your words that you get used to, like maho this, maho that, you know, curse this, curse that. I don't even know the word for the curse, but when I hear it, it's like, yep, monster this, monster that, dragons here, dragons that. But when they go and talk about their usual stuff, it's like, I'm sorry, or can I help you? What are we gonna eat? Wow, you drink a lot. Like all the usual stuff. And then omoshiroi is dropped here and there. Oh, there were times that were like ganpate ne as opposed to ganpate. Like I almost feel like, oh, that's a different essence. And yeah, I thought it was fantastic. It was every like when week rolls around for anime day, it's almost palpable now. It feels so rich, even though I kind of already understood all the essences of Japanese through the pitch, like through their sound. So while I don't understand what they're expressing like literally, I understand what they're trying to do by the sound alone. That's usually how that works out. Like when I'm watching Chinese programming, I know what they're doing visually in my head, but I have no idea how to write it or see it as words and written words and concepts yet. But yeah, this guy is clearly upset about something that they ate. And you look at the scenes like, yeah. And then it helps when you also see a visual picture of it. Like, okay, that's concordant. How can I describe it? Like literally, no, I can't. Okay. How's work as a pro baseball player? Says an interviewer. Puro no yaku senshu senshu no shikoto wa dou desu ka?
プロの
Puro no
野球
Yaku. Yaku sounds so happy. I want a Yaku. Oh, it kind of reminds me of Yakus, as in like I don't know what that means in French, but it's a French word. Yakus. I need Paul here to help me. Is it like accuse someone or allegedly? I don't know. Or objection? I have no idea. I heard it before. And it kind of reminds me of Yakus. Pro no yaku senshu
選手
no shikoto wa
ど
dou
うで
desu
すか
ka? Alright, time for 15 minutes of kanji again. It's my favorite moment. Now I get to zone in. Let's zone in. Where are we going to start here? We're going to start here.
土曜
Oops.
土曜日
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 土曜日土曜日土曜日
土曜日
土曜日
Oh,
土
that
曜
was,
日
that was way off.
土曜日
土曜日
土曜日土曜日
話
話します
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 話します話します話します
話します
Oh, wait, why are these
日曜日
15? Oh, maybe they didn't
日曜
change
日
it. Why are these 15 at
ち
15 XP? Weird.
じ
Oops.
じ曜日
1時半
These exercises give me the opportunity to see how quick I can
日曜日
pronounce things. I think.
日曜
Oh no,
日
not these. Oh, this is different. What the heck? Huh. Weird.
土曜日
Oh, this is the exception.
7時
Never mind. It's this box thing. Oh no, here's some. 10
10
時
時
3時
土
土曜
曜日
日9
9
時
時土曜に土曜日日曜
Oops.
に土曜日土曜日日曜日
日曜日11時
11時日
日
本
本12
12
時
時土曜日
土曜
日曜日
Oops.
ど
Just kidding.
日曜日日京都7時日曜日土曜日半土曜日土曜日
3時半
1
1
時半
時半
日本土曜日日曜日日曜日日曜日10時土曜日12日曜日買います
A little slow. I'm a little slow there.
日本
日本
土
土
曜日
曜日
田
田
中
中
本
本京
京都
都
曜日
Well, if you know, generally I don't. Yeah, generally I don't. I stream 95%, 90 to 95% of the days every consecutive day. Yoyobi, if I have a
Nihon.
project. Usually when I have a project, they're always consecutive.
と
Oh,
と日本
土曜日
日曜日
Nichiyobi,
日本東京
Tokyo,
本
Hon,
土曜日
Yoyobi. I'm a consistency person. I usually apply a lot of
Yoyobi.
things on habit formation and whatnot, so it's
土曜日
not it's my
土曜
thing.
日
土曜日
土
It's
曜
nice
日
to hear that's
Yoyobi.
impressive, I suppose.
土曜日
Thanks. I'll take it as a compliment.
Do-
We're gonna switch it up.
土曜日
This
土曜日
土曜日土曜日土曜日
土曜日
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 I talked about this slightly
Yoyobi.
before. One thing that is a lot
Yoyobi.
a way to, I don't know, simplify or
Yoyobi.
make it a little bit more palpable of my skill set. I'm an endurance person. I endure a lot of things. So I'm incredibly dedicated to things.
行きます
So if I go out of my way to do something, generally I do not find it very impressive of myself to do something that I am
行
very,
きます
very well versed in. And that's usually being
行
consistent.
きます
Wait, whoa, this thing is more jagged. This is,
行きます
was it really always
行
that,
きます
that sharp? What the heck?
行きます
Huh. I feel like this
行
changed.
きます行きます行きます
Oh, I forgot to show Indy or show
行きま
Indy what changed in the layout. I like that this is pointed up more, huh? Ikimasu is kind of different. Interesting. Hmm.
行き行きます
Ikimasu.
読みますと言います来ます見ます行きますいますいます来ます行きます行きます見ます
Excuse me.
買います話します来ます来ます来ます話します買います来ます食べます行きます
Okay. Oh, these ones are used so often, it's second nature at this point.
います
Oops.
います来ます買います話します行きます読みます来ます
Okay. I think they reset the XP. I wonder if that came from... now I got a test. I got a test if the XP was reset. Interesting.
来ます
Like how much these are worth.
来ます
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 来ます来ます
来ます
Interesting. Let's go up here and see. Are these worth 10?
父
父
They changed these recently.
父
Oh, this is a little different too. Wow,
Chichi.
the kanji is different.
Chichi.
Oh, yeah, the kanji is different. All the kanji is different. And there were 15 again. Wait, they updated the kanji section. Yes, I absolutely know. These strokes are different now. I've done these strokes so many times.
None.
Okay. Like all of them are different. Wait, at least yeah. Even their pick wait, what? Hold up.
千
Yeah, they're different.
7000
They got resized too.
千
All the strokes are
Same.
different. What the
7000
like they're all
7000
different.
千
Whoa. What the heck? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, this is a game changer. They're really different.
Well-
I know you guys might not notice since a lot of you guys don't use Duolingo, but the strokes are really different now. I thought it was just my imagination.
木
But
曜日
holy, yeah.
木曜日
They're resized. Even this is
木曜
resized
日
slightly.
木曜日
木曜日木曜日
木曜日
Yeah. So they changed up the kanji? The way the kanji is depicted? I mean, it's more or less still similar enough that you can tell it's the same kanji, but to me, it's dramatically different. It's incredibly dramatically
な
different.
んです
Holy heck. What the heck, man? I wasn't
何
expecting
です
this.
か
Actually, some of them might be the
何ですか?
same. Now that I think about it,
何ですか?
like it's looking like some of them are
何です
the
か?
same. Like this one is
何で
closer,
すか
if not not noticeable. Some of them are different
何
though,
ですか
like really dramatically different, in a
何ですか?
subtle way.
何ですか
Yeah, I think this one is relatively the
何
same.
ですか
Relatively close, if not identical.
何ですか？
The last four are really different. The last four are really different. And they readjusted the XP again. The XP is 15 again, as opposed to 10. Let's try this one. Let's see if this one's different. Now I'm hunting. This one's different. This picture, oh yeah, some of it is slightly different.
新聞
Oh yeah, this one's different too. The things, the shoulder kanji
新
are
聞
bigger for whatever reason. What the heck?
新聞新聞
That's unless I'm
Shinbun.
like tripping out right now. What the heck? Maybe it's my
Shinbun.
browser? I don't think they so
新
arbitrary.
聞新聞
I have no idea what's going. It's so funny. Unless my browser's
Shinbun.
changing, I don't know. There's a chance it's my browser, but I don't know. This would be kind of hard to change from Google's perspective. Let's go see if there's anything else that changed. How about this one? We have to land on it though. Kaimono. Yeah, we have to land on kaimono. Like we don't have this isn't the writing one, so not the writing prompt sequence. Oh,
100
40
40分何
何
買い物
8
8何何か何何
何
半
半
買い
買い
物
物
母
母
京都
京都
買い物
え
か1
Oops.
1いもの何
何1時
1時
半
半買い物
買い物
9
9 whoops
父
父 I almost said hachi
何
え
10 4000買い物何水
Can I get kaimono? Oh no, no.
Ka-
I wanted to see if it's different.
日曜日
日
買い物休みます
Oh, yasumimasu. I said yosumimasu.
買います
買います
読みます
Okay.
かいもの
I have so many thoughts in my
買います
head right now. I'm so like alert. Crazy.
います
買い物
買い物
Kaimasu. Kaimono.
読みます
Yomimasu.
休みます 日本買います
Okay. Wait, is my 15 minutes up? We're not gonna try to farm the. How about this? Probably not. Yamada. Wait.
何曜日
Nanyomi.
Ya-
Yamada.
や9時
9時
金曜日何曜日6
6
時
時
山田
田
山田山田何曜山田や山田月曜日1時
Oops,
1時
just kidding.
何曜日 8時何曜日
Okay.
何曜日
Okay.
200
200
何曜日山田金曜日7時山田木曜日何曜日山田何時9000
Okay, 15 minutes are up. Now let's talk about this a little bit. I wish kanji didn't exist and everything was written in hiragana and they use spaces between words and katakana didn't exist. Interesting. Those are some hot takes, Millie. No, it's not jagged like that. That's debatable. That sounds like it can be any of those things, but hey. And I don't know why you typed ikimasu or the E in. Yeah, I don't know. And then you typed something else that is incomprehensible to me, so fair enough. But whatever you just said that no, it's not jagged like that, that would be incorrect. That would be an oversimplification of a pictorial writing system, but hey. You do you, I suppose. So, why did they change? Oh, yeah, for the little tip. Yeah, the tip. I don't know. Yeah, the tip is like that. Oh, that's probably why you did it. But, yes and no. Yes and no. I've seen it in both ways, or a lot of ways, actually. Anyways, yeah, so some things got changed. Actually, let me look. You can probably look in the pictorial stuff. Yeah, they flattened Yama. So they flattened Yama. Yama was, so yeah, they went back and changed a bunch. Yama was pictorially this way, or like, it had an incline. Not that steep, but it had a slight incline. Is what they originally had, like this. It had a slight incline, and now it's flatter. Which I typically write anyways, right? It's flatter. So there's a slight, this is flattened, as opposed to, it used to climb like this a little bit. And then what else? What else did they change? Let's look. This is still largely the same. Still same. So they made some choice changes. Yeah, so same. This is flatter. It's like sharper. The box in the middle is boxier. Slightly boxier, at least in my eyes. Oh, and yeah, so they swapped up the tail ends here. So even this one. Curious. Very curious. It's very specific changes. So like for this, whoops. Oh my gosh, I can't do like the selection. I can't bring this up and swap to whoops. Yeah, it won't let me. What the heck, dude? How do I do this? Oh yeah, it won't stay up. But this little tail thing is changed. So every instance of this little tail thing, and then these tiny strokes are longer, and then these things have less of an incline. Unchanged. So yeah, I'm gonna be curious if I notice all these things. Yeah, these are flattened. Like the ones that have slight curves in them. And this used to be different. This used to be asymmetrical. Now it's symmetrical. Because I know for sure. Like it used to be something like this. So it like leaned. This leaned with an inflection right here. And then this curved over here. Now it's symmetrical. So when Chichi came up, it's symmetrical. There's so many subtleties. This one's changed too. So now the tail doesn't curve up. Yeah, this part. And then the middle line is flat. So it doesn't have an inflection anymore. So like it comes down here, it's up here, and it comes down and it curls up like that. And it goes through and it has an inflection in the middle. That looks more like a wave, like this. But now it's just straight across. I kind of like it. It looks flatter. Right, so this part is straight across. And then this is angled 90 degrees. And this angle right here is less. So they're flattening a lot of things out. These are extended. So the stroke here is longer. And this one is sharper. It's a sharper 90 degrees. This one got flattened out as well. This part is less angular. So go is less angular now. It used to be like... Oops. That's terrible. I slipped, so it used to be like it angled with like this right here. This plane is angled. Like if you draw two planes here. But now it's not. It's straight down. So now it's straight down as opposed to at an angle. It's straight down. Interesting. What about Roku? Roku is still about the same. And this is super sharp too. So they flattened a bunch of the curves. All the little like curves are now just flat. Kind of okay. Oh, did this change? Oh yeah, this is connected now. And now it's a 90-degree angles. These are 90-degree angles. And the spacing here is connected now. So it's becoming more of a capitalized thing, and I kind of like this. I prefer doing it this way. However, I don't know. If it's legible, it's legible, I suppose. Yeah, so all these little curves here. So things like this, right here. They're all flattened into 90 degrees. And then lines like this, when they have like a slight tilt to them, like slight inflections, all these like slightly wavy lines, slightly going up, slightly going down, they're all flattened. They're closer to 90 degrees. So personally, as a person who uses all caps all the time, I kind of like it. Yeah, these are flattened out. This one's probably flattened out. Yeah, so this incline up here is flattened out. It's a little bit more wavier than that, but not all that noticeable. And yeah, this tail, it's kinked. Now there's kinks in all the curves. And little tiny strokes like these they're longer now. All of them are longer, at least 15% longer. Yep, yeah, this is really sharp. So Mizu, like this part, it's like the original was like this, and then it's curved up like this, and then this is curved down, and then this is curved out. So like all these little bends that got flattened out. So all the lines have flatter curves to them. And then when it is a curve, they have kinks in them instead, sharp kinks in them. Makes it feel a lot more like cap, like instead of lowercase, it feels more like capitalized kind of thing. And usually, honestly, for me, it's a little bit more convenient. But I don't know if that translates or not. Not really. I don't really mind it. Yeah, this is super flat. So small strokes got extended by a lot. Like this one looked like and there's a slight wave to them. They look like this more. And now it's all extended and flattened. So this is where I noticed all of these things because I've done these exercises so much. Yeah, this is super flattened out too. And it's extra long as well. And now they also close gaps. So gaps are closed as well. And to me, that's actually, it facilitates drawing a lot more. So if you're doing this, there's still a gap here sometimes, and then it's super flattened. So the center part is way wider than it used to be, and there's a kink here. And then usually this stroke is pretty small, but it's long now. And like this thing is not as curved anymore. It's like everything is kind of just subtly straightened out. It's kind of interesting, just visually. Visually is very interesting. And all of these kinks, right? That there's a kink. This one hasn't changed though. Weirdly enough, they didn't get to kaimas. Kaimas is not... The kaimas didn't change. Like you can see how this is the old style, because you can see a little bit of a wave here. All the little like things have a little bit of wave and bend to them. Like you can still see the little, like it's not a sharp kink yet. So this one stayed the same. So some of them got TLCs and some of them don't. Yeah, this stayed the same even though it conserves that little wave thing. Oh no. Actually, this kink is hard. It's a hard kink. Interesting. About this one. This one is similar. This little stroke here is longer. Slightly longer. These little strokes are slightly longer, in my opinion. Weird. I love to do a native kanji calligraphy class. Those sorts of minor details seem like they're different between people, but maybe one is the right way. I love calligraphy because they're interpretive. As in, what I mean is, I like calligraphy for the sake that it's so dynamic. However, I know that professional calligraphers would suggest that it's about the precision. And ironically, I like looking at calligraphy because it's very expressive. And being expressive doesn't mean it's precise. So it's I've had this conflict with calligraphy for a while. Like especially like things like cursive. Like for example, this is a G in cursive, right? However, this is my particular G, and it's not the G of, like, it's not the cursive G. So what happened here is, this is what they did with kanji. So my G is sharp at specific points. And when you're doing cursive, you're actually removing these kinks. So it's much like some of the things, they're removing kanji kinks. So like, for example, like a T, right? A T would be something like, oh, I'm going to draw an F, but T, right? Capital T. It's curvier than most of the stuff. So like an H, right? H, but mine is sharper. So a lot of places where there are kinks, I like in calligraphy, when I'm thinking about calligraphy, I like doing quick accelerations and decelerations in a brush. And if you see, this is a pen, Like it's a pen with no like weight or anything. But if you have a brush, you'll see like it'll collect when you do sharp things, and then it'll taper off. So when I do sharp movements, it looks nice. I don't know how to demonstrate that other than pulling up a painting program and then showing how when you're drawing, like when you're doing your hand motions and you like accelerate, then stop. Wait, accelerate, then stop. Accelerate, then stop. It creates like the whole like image or character you're drawing has a character of your hand. It takes in all that information, which writing can't really do, or typographical things can't really do. Like, as much as I want to say you can tell where I start and where I end without weight of the brush and stuff, you can't. It's very difficult. If I gave someone the vanilla A that I made, it's very difficult to know where I'm heavy, where I'm fastest, and where I'm slow in the strokes. So I absolutely love calligraphy in that manner. And the attempt to make it as precise as possible, it's incredibly sophisticated and elegant. Like, it's so difficult to mimic. However, it's also the thing that I don't love it for. I don't, in my opinion, it's not why I like calligraphy. I like that when you write your A and you pick up a calligraphy brush, your A will inherently be different in so many ways. And that's kind of why I thought it was so cool. Like, I've been looking at the same drawing stuff for a while, and suddenly they just change subtly, and that's why I think calligraphy is so beautiful. It's incredibly beautiful. It's telling, it's process oriented. Calligraphy in my opinion, in its purest form, is a process oriented skill. It's not a endpoint oriented skill, in my opinion, because the beauty comes from what's happening in the strokes, like the density, the weight. Where it's heavy is when you start to drop it down and you accelerate, and then when you slow down, it starts to taper. Like you can accelerate into the brush so it gets thicker as the brush comes to a stop or something. So all of that feels like how would I say, like your hand is dancing, you know. And there's that whole element of Chinese calligraphy and stuff. When you're doing hand motions, it's like the waving of a sword and, you know, ballets, dancing, martial arts. Your hand itself has a cadence to it. And a lot of times when we're used to digital platforms like this or typographical platforms, it cannot capture someone's thing other than the raw image. So the like, here's a G, right? If I do this, some talented person could probably reproduce this going the opposite direction. So it's one of those things, like, it's so, I love Japanese ink painting because even the painting itself, much like other people's painting, when they show all the weird idiosyncrasies of a person, it's incredibly expressive. And here, I think they're making functional changes, is what I'm thinking for me. When they did like look at five. What the heck? Ka is what? I was gonna use Ka as an example, but holy heck, that's different. This thing took a like a 45-degree turn. What the? What? Yeah, it was like, I'm pretty sure it was like this originally. Oops, that's not curved, you know. But this took like a near like a near 45-degree turn. I don't know. I think it's fun. That's cool. Actually, let me look at fire. I don't actually know. Fire. Oh yeah. The slant on the are very interesting. The right one is the most important, I think. Yeah. So look, like for example, here, let me like the reason why I talk about calligraphy is like for example, I'm gonna bring this into the other. Like look at this, right? Like if you think about it, whoops, great, awesome, job alert. So, right, like there you go. Like I wouldn't have known. So that's kind of interesting. There's so many interesting things, and it's kind of like font styles and whatnot. That's so cool. I'm not saying what is right or wrong. Obviously, you can choose your favorite. The idea is Duolingo is changing all the time. The thing that I find super entertaining about this is that I feel if you're not an observant person, you wouldn't know these changes, in my opinion. Like some, you know, a lot of people keep telling me, or like I keep getting this impression that people think that I don't take things seriously because I'm using Duolingo. Somehow you can't be serious about something because it inherently isn't serious to them. But generally speaking, these things from day to day, you notice these changes. And in my opinion, I notice these changes. I don't know if I represent, like for example, I was going to show Indy what did change, right? If you go back to the section, if you go back to your section area, all this changed. It used to have like really cute little like color coded diagrams with like the different characters, but now it's changed again. So now this is what the section summary looked like, at least on the desktop version. And the reason why I wanted to talk to Indy about it is because they use Benkyo. Benkyo shitai desu. Here. Benkyo shitai desu. Nihongo o benkyo shitai desu. And he used Benkyo quite a lot around me. And they used the kana version for section 2. Right? Like, so now there's like, it's just duo with phrases that I still kind of know, except for this one, but I know some of you use this kanji already, right? So they changed it. Again, live service app. It changes all the time. Does it matter? Well, it matters to me because I know that means the devs are actively working on their product. It matters to me less for someone who comes around and peddle the same thing for years after years. In my opinion, it tells me that they are stuck in their ways, in my opinion, right? Lots of times when people say, I'm not narrow-minded, and then they peddle the same echo chamber message for the last 16 years. That's narrow-mindedness. Being open means you notice new things all the time. Hey, hello there, Sam. Hello. I do have to go to the bathroom quickly, but I can't believe they changed the kanji. But here, Indy, did you see this, Indy? I don't know if you looked in the section. Most people leave it here, but if you go back, here it is, Benkyo. Even though it's not taught in this lesson yet, but Benkyo is right here. And then they use the shitai, yes, to round it up. So I want to, I guess this is saying, I want to study more or something, right? Or I want to study Japanese, or do you want to, no, yeah. I want to study Japanese or something. Yeah, I want to study Japanese. Yeah, that's what I figured. And I still didn't get the tai, right? I didn't get the tai yet. I got tai from you guys, and I got benkyo from you, Indy. And then I recently learned Nihongo, but even though Nihon and Go, right? And then they added des to be polite, right? So there you have it. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay. All right. I think it's awesome. To me, this month, there's gonna be finally the 3 or 4 month update to a game that I play. So you'll probably see me play it from time to time, and it takes 10 weeks to complete, but only 10 separate days, like once a week. But you have to, for a lot of things that I do, it takes like 4 or 5 months, if not years, before you get updates to things. And to me, I've seen what in the last 2 weeks I noticed 8 to 9 changes. They're like micro changes that, since there are no patch notes, right? There aren't any patch notes and roadmaps or anything. You don't know what is changing. And to me, I think it's kind of fun finding out what they are. Much like why learning the way Duolingo wants you to learn makes me a little bit excited, because I don't typically learn this way anymore. It's a silver lining. I'm obviously talking personally. I do not use this method. Definitely not. This whole like repetitious method and whatnot, it's tough. It's tough, but it certainly makes you notice like that immediately. When that kanji came up, I was so shocked. It was so hard for me to concentrate. Like I kept making errors because I had so many other thoughts, like what else did they change and whatnot. It's kind of like playing a video game for, I don't know, how long has it been? 200 hours? Like you stare at the thing and suddenly they did a cheeky change and you're like, man, I know this like the back of my hand, and those kinks are kinks now. And they're flatter. Everything seems so flatter. At first I thought it was just my imagination. And then another happened, then another happened. I'm like, yep, they definitely changed all the kanji, or the relevant kanji, and then left out a few of them. That's pretty sweet. Oh, and just to know, these features didn't work in like Super when I had the 3-day Super, but some of the interfaces did work. So like here, if I click on this, it's not gonna give me, before it gives me an ad for Super, it does this, which this screen wasn't available yet before. So it makes me auspicious to know that maybe they've fixed, like they are aware of the problem, because during the 3-day free super, none of these things worked. When I click on it, it just takes me back to this screen. So I'll leave it for another 2 or 3 weeks before we see if we can evaluate that stuff. You really like the word section? I love the word section. It's a shame I can't use it. And when I try to use it, it was still bugged for me. But I do like this. And low-key, indie, if I had to take a guess, right now, you know, according to whatever the counter is, I'm at like 740, something like that, right? And then this tells you a word count of 391. While they're excluding certain things, I've noticed that there are specific vocab that I would like to be on this list, but I think this is more of a whichever came first. So I imagine this number, if you keep track of this number, like if your number is static, this number will probably go up passively. Yeah, so I do feel like some things are retroactively being done. So maybe they're covering like the later stuff first. So for me, this number is a big distance right now. There's about I'm gonna say 30% missing. However, I've noticed that over time, certain things are being included again over time. So it's hard to keep track of all these numbers without patch notes. Like without patch notes, you can't make those micro adjustments, but these numbers do change. So this stuff is why I feel when developers have a live service model or like a live thing, it's often nice to have patch notes in some way, like have someone being hired to communicate the patch notes, like, and then provide a little bit of commentary. I know the Duolingo company puts out a lot of like social media culture stuff to create like togetherness and community promoting. I actually watched a lot of them. They're quite entertaining, they're endearing. At the same time, there's not as much, it feels more like TED Talks as opposed to nitty-gritty stuff, or like a developer's perspective where, hey guys, we're gonna do some tweaks. Here are some tweaks. We noticed that there's an error, you know, we heard your error report on, I don't know, this prompt a couple times, and we corrected that. We fixed it, and it's in the patch notes. That kind of thing is what I'm very used to, like to cater to both the people who want to know and people who don't. It does require a lot of resources though, because you have to get all your departments to communicate to one person who puts out, or like however you need organization in order to organize all this patch notes, because then patch notes can be liable for misinformation. So it does require some human resource juggling. But for me personally, I'm very used to seeing patch notes. Like even if it's 1.001 and then the next version is 0002, I've played video games where the only patch note is fixed typo in one dialogue. That's it. After a month, it's fixed typo in one dialogue, one line. To me, I like the granularity of development process. So I often speak and defend a lot of times from the perspective of the developer, the person who's creating, the organization that's creating these things, because it might not be as simple as those who are outside of it. Like, so these things take time, and that's how I understand things. Meanwhile, you know, you have someone who used Duolingo for Japanese like 2 years ago and still peddling and telling everyone that it's useless and it's worthless, and me and my compatriots who are now like fluent in Japanese thought Duolingo sucked because we used it 3 years ago or 2 years ago. That kind of thing really requires patch notes. To me, it facilitates how to organize people's thoughts. Whether, you know, the whole thing, I was revisiting some comments. One comment happened on my first review video, they talked about like they were pushing this echo chamber that Duolingo is useless and it doesn't pave road for fluency, so in that case it is useless and it's semantics and stuff. It can dispel a lot of things. Like for example, for me, I would say refer to the patch notes. Refer to the patch notes. Like, do you think this is true? Refer to the patch notes. If you are analytical and really serious about evaluating products and providing up-to-date advice, you yourself have to be up-to-date. But the barrier is incredibly high for Duolingo because there aren't patch notes. There's no explicit instructions on what is being changed. There are larger scope things. It kind of feels like watching an Apple conference. Sorry for all you Apple users, but sometimes that's all they need, right? The vast majority of people aren't interested in this kind of thing. I am, right? So it makes it very difficult when someone gives me blanketed echo chamber advice when I can't dispel that misinformation. I absolutely dislike it, in my opinion. It's a pet peeve of mine when someone push objectivity in a purely subjective take. Oh yeah, you know, I get where you're coming from, but ultimately me and my comrades, we're not prejudiced or anything. We just happen to like to perpetuate advice that's based on something that's outdated. That is subjectivity. It may be once objective. So there's this thing about objectivity. When you experience something and observe something, it can be objective, like at least more objective than subjectivity. But with time, if you don't update your objectivity, it becomes subjective. As in, is Duolingo the same Duolingo that you knew objectively? The answer is no, absolutely not. Even within the scope of that person making that comment, it is still not the same anymore. So this person sent me wrote so many platitudes, and in case you guys want to see what I'm talking about, it's in the comment section in video 26. So feel free if you want to dive into that, but I was being as polite as I can be. Generally speaking though, passing off subjectivity because you were trying to be objective doesn't make it any less subjective. Subjectivity comes with time. Like, it's kind of like asking Galileo to say everything still revolves around the earth. If there's enough echo chamber, what used to be once considered objective is subjective. So, just saying. Insight. Company wa doko desu ka? That's been stuck in your head. Did you really wanted to go to you really wanted to find a convenience store, didn't you? You really wanted to you really wanted to find a convenience store. Yeah. So Duolingo doesn't have comment section anymore, and we already talked about this in the the silver lining, right? Comment sections, think about it this way. The thing that they have to tackle. My videos, right, on YouTube, the comment section of YouTube videos, right? The comment section of YouTube videos are comments for the video, okay? But I can guarantee you for a really long time that at least 90% of comments are comments that are not objective, because they are subjective takes on not watching the video. Okay? The whole point of that comment thing, that person on day 26, they keep saying they're being objective and their colleagues are being objective. But objectivity involves actually knowing what's in the video. Objectively, the video cannot change. So if you are providing an advice on evaluating based on objectivity, be objective about it. Actually know what's in that video. So in that video, I actually address so many of those things. And it took me to comment on that person and calling them out, because when they made all those comments, they clearly have not seen the video. It's so startling that I actually legitimately answer all the questions they made comments on. And they continue to say, oh yeah, I saw this part, and compliment me on this part. Dude, that's the end of the video. Like, for example, this person was trying to be very pedantic and condescending by using terms that I would use, like asymptotal behavior of learning potential and all that stuff. But the thing is, the choices, the examples that they made were something that I said at the beginning of the video and at the end of the video. And then continue to say something where the middle of the video, I've already addressed that. So what they did was they did what the internet does all the time. You Google something, you read the first sentence, you skip to the end, you read the second sentence, form a narration around it, and pretend like you have insight. Meanwhile, your agenda is completely subjective. Like, oh, I don't like Duolingo, so I will form all my objective evidence around the specific agenda that I have. If you want to be objective, start by actually knowing what the person you're talking to actually knows first. It's in the video. So that's why my hot take slightly on why they removed Duolingo comments section at the expense of those who want to use comment sections as a way to build the product, right? I think there's an overwhelming more than 50% of people who would use this comment section the way they use YouTube comment sections. People go there to express their opinion without even knowing what's in the video, because it's predicated on presumptions. Yeah, and it happens all the time. I think 90% of the comments deal with, I saw the thumbnail, here's my expression, and then they're gone to the wind. Then I comment, it's like, oh yeah, sorry, your video is like one and a half hours long, I'm not gonna watch that. It's like, great, why you make a video comment on a video that you didn't watch? Literally, that's a comment on something unrelated to Duolingo. I did another learning thing that took 30 days with the rhythm game OS. And the comment was, what? Problem solving? What problem solving in OS? And I was like, well, it was answered in the video. Like, it's a 2-hour video, and legitimately all the things you just said is answered in the video. Or like, at least there's some cogent response to that. And then the person said like, whoa, yeah, it looks to me like it's 1.5 hours of you randomly answering comments. And it's like, no, it's not, but thank you. And the person, I'm not going to watch that. It's like, so why are you commenting on a video that you have no idea what's in it? And that's how I felt about this person. Now, with that said, it's not about being upset. It's about being understanding of what can I learn from this? Well, I can most certainly learn that if that person didn't watch my video, then they're not making an objective nor a subjective relevant comment to my video. So I don't get any value from that. So instead, I talk to them and try to understand, how are they representative? They're basically representative of the toxic language learning community, a subset of the language learning community. where they continue to deconstructively be counterproductive. They want to break things down instead of build them up, and all in the guise of it's you know, sorry my man, like I'm just trying to help you. I'm like, okay, well, start by actually knowing what's in my video first, right? If you don't have time, start by telling yourself you don't care enough. Because if you keep telling me you care about me and keep making comments about not caring about me, that's called a cognitive dissonance. You care about me by not watching my video. Nice. Thanks. Like, it would make sense if I was desperate for attention, I suppose. Like, fair enough. Like, save me the trouble of caring about me, but by not caring about me. That's fair enough. Like, you know, wish the person a good day. Good luck on your journey. I hope there are people who listen to you unconditionally without even valuing their own input. That's kind of the thing. That's what we, it was something from yesterday. I was like reviewing all the things that I could work on. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to work on it. I'm trying to do more summaries and then maybe find places where I summarize better in the beginning and maybe at the end, and then leave the middle something. So there are places to improve. I think most people just project their experiences. I also don't recommend Duolingo to people because I didn't like it. But as you mentioned, saying just do that what works for you is a pretty empty statement. It really is. Yeah. So most of the time when someone says they don't like Duolingo, I want to ask them, what are they using? Because I could use those things too. Right? Not, oh, hey, guy, whatever you're doing, stop what you're doing because that sucks. Let me peddle my opinion and my favorite things. Like, well, my answer most of the time is, why not both? Like, let's start with both and then find out, shall we? Together. Like, if you don't like it, tell me why you don't like it. Not tell me what it is, as in explaining to me what the universe is like because you believe it's that. Explain to me why you think the universe is the way you are and let me benefit from it, right? If you're going to offer me advice, don't tell me what my reality is. Tell me what your reality is, so that I can learn more about your reality. So this person isn't doing that. This person is telling me that something I spent a lot of time on is useless because the goal of learning language is to become fluent in a language. That was legitimately one of the first points I made in the video. That, and they found it. They said, oh yeah, it turns out that you said that it wasn't your goal. It's like, and then they end with this condescending, non-charismatic language that I've spoken so many times. It ends a discussion. It means you're narrow-minded and you're not open to anything. It is to each their own. The very last comment was, oh yeah, I moved to like the part in the video that said your goal wasn't for fluency. To each their own. I'm like, okay, well, thanks for having a monochrome of mutual respect here. And I just wish the person good luck with their future. When you try to end something with to each their own, it's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. You know, you have different goals, to each their own. It's like, okay, well, good luck to you. You basically learned nothing from this discussion. That person also even prefaced with, I hope, you know, we're kind people. The both of us benefit and become better people out of this experience. The irony that comes with, oh, and basically I'm ignoring everything you're saying. To each their own. Right after saying, I hope we become better people out of this interaction. Like, yeah, I'm sure you have developed a future understanding of your communication style. Probably start by not going to Duolingo streams and channels and saying the things without watching their video and then pretending like you're the better person or making yourself sound like the better person. If you want to see what it is, feel free. It's video 26. It's all there. Take it for what you will. I personally think it's a very common interaction I have with people. It's fair enough. If you feel emotionally destroyed or emotionally betrayed by a product, it's absolutely certain. Tell me how you feel, not tell me how I should feel. That's a whole different story. Like, am I going to fail? Do I feel like Duolingo doesn't contribute to fluency? Or do I feel differently? Well, when you go around peddling how you feel and how I should feel because that's what you believe, you're not talking or learning from anyone. You're basically talking at me, not with me. So, in an intellectual environment, that's absolutely disrespectful. Regardless of how respectful I am to their opinion, fair enough. Here's why Duolingo isn't working for you. I'm learning Italian and partly Vietnamese. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know they had Vietnamese. I'm bad at reading and writing. My Italian level is already at an intermediate level. Oh, okay. Nice. Duolingo's vocabulary is too basic for you. I see. Because they have to start at the bottom line. So if your Italian is already at an intermediate stage, it would be too basic for you to start. The Vietnamese course doesn't teach grammar or spelling. I don't think any of the Duolingo courses focuses on grammar. I'm not sure about spelling, but I don't think Duolingo in general focuses on grammar. And the pronunciation is bad. That's fair. I can see that in Vietnamese. For the Vietnamese course. Instead, you use Anki to practice specific grammar units. Do you make your Anki cards or do you download other people's work? That'd be an interesting question. And you use comics and books to learn new vocabularies. That's fair enough. And then Duolingo isn't bad, but I think it's only up to B12. Well, why is it bad? Why is it isn't bad or isn't good if it's intended to only be up to a B2 level anyways? That means it's ideally designed to be B2. So instead of being bad, I think it's appropriately designed to achieve a B2 level. You have to look in the guidebooks. Yeah, so there are grammar tips and stuff in the guidebook, but I don't think it's a priority in Duolingo design. The 80 to 90% of the content is focused on pattern recognition and observational skills. However, you can get additional guidebook grammar. I can't speak for Italian or Vietnamese course. And also, I don't know the age of the Italian course or the Vietnamese course, right? So the idea is that whatever you use for it, use it for whatever it is. But when you're criticizing something, like, I'm not saying this is the case because I don't actually know what the Italian course and the Vietnamese course is usually. It would be interesting if you waited 3 or 4 months and you continue, like, you'll become fluent in, I'm sure you're gonna become really accelerate with other things like Anki, Italian and stuff. Come back in another 3 months and see where Duolingo is, right? It's a fun experience. Like, if anything, it'll prove to you that your Anki techniques and comic books and stuff allowed you to learn a lot of things. But the phrase that I want to highlight that I cannot resonate with is the idea that you're too good for something. To me, if I had to offer my opinion on things, there aren't things as too basic or too complicated even, but too complicated is usually viewed in a desirable way. Too basic. I practice my fundamentals in English when I speak all the time. So oftentimes for me, I can't resonate with the emotional response. Not that you should. I'm saying I cannot resonate with someone who feels that there are content and things that are too basic for their understanding. Oftentimes when someone becomes incredibly skilled at something, their basics and foundations suffer for it because they are no longer practicing. Because I learned Japanese again, and I learned about the grammatical terminologies and the things that I need to learn again to acquire a new language, I personally felt that it is very wonderful to rediscover English from the guise of a basic English, like a learning English speaker. Yes, there are lots of basics that when it's too basic, it can definitely be mundane, but what is the impact of it? That's for me because I focus on teaching. However, for you, obviously your goals are endpoint perspective instead of process-oriented perspective. Generally, I don't think people who are process-oriented would think things are too basic. They are exercises. But if your goal is to become like fluent or whatever very quickly, yeah, you can definitely lead to the consensus that things can be too basic or reviewy or things you already know, right? Let's see. You've been learning Italian on Duolingo, but I find I can understand the speaker, but I can read it all right. Okay, can't understand native speak. I type too fast. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you're correcting. I can't. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm only speaking about Japanese course. Grammar is explained in the course. You just have to read that. It is there. Yeah, to some extent. Not comprehensively, but yeah, I agree to some extent in the Japanese course. Technically, I'm only interested in the German Duolingo. Interesting. I heard that the German Duolingo version might be less comprehensive, like even less. So I imagine it leaves you even wanting even more, right? And I prefer learning. Oh, you prefer learning your native language? That kind of checks out with the way you find things that are effective, right? In that case, there isn't even a Vietnamese course. Yep, that checks out. Secondly, the Italian course is even more reduced. Yep, that checks out. And I think it only goes up to A2. Yep, and Duolingo doesn't feel effective for you. Fair enough. There's no counter argument to how someone feels. Like I won't ever try to convince you how you feel. However, I do have comments on how you approach things, right? Do I prefer to learn things in my native language? This is a double standard here because my native language happens to be English. However, I can't really speak hypothetically. However, my desire learning Japanese is to learn English with Japanese. So just to contrast between our type of perspective, like learning a new language makes me want to redefine my perspective in that language. So not only do I not prefer to learn things in English, I spend most of my time talking about the reverse perspective while I'm learning Japanese. Like, what is it like for a Japanese person to be told that this particular Japanese phrase means this in English? And in the future, I hope to learn enough Japanese so that I can use it to learn English. And again, this is like privilege stuff, right? Because since it's English, most of the other language versions, like the German versions, since it's an English company, right? Like, or English dominant company, at least using your other languages to learn English is pretty much unfair. It's an unfair comparison. But to me, I can't resonate with that preference for one's own language. It might seem like I have a preference for English is largely because I'm illiterate and I don't have proficiency in their language. So I would love to see what it's like from your perspective using the German Duolingo, but there's no realm of like in the near future that I would be competent enough in German to learn anything using German. But yeah, thank you for the share. And yeah, Anki is definitely if I would say 99% of people mention Anki. So naturally I use Anki as a counter model to Duolingo's approach all the time, just to strike things that are there, things that aren't there. And usually my question is, are you making your Anki flashcards or are you downloading other people's work? That's usually where I first start, because Duolingo has a structure that is presented selectively from a group's perspective. It's much like choosing your favorite Anki course, and only sticking to that favorite Anki course. And obviously you have more choice because Anki is built on multiple developer perspectives. So you have choice, bigger choice. Aku tried to make it seem like Magby, meaning booby, wasn't the reason for learning Japanese. I can't believe it. I can't believe that was booby. I just can't believe that. It's so hard. I want to ask a Game Freak designer, I tell you. Do you have the video on the changes coming to the Japanese courses? I do not. Do I? No, I do not. I do not. It's more like a blog. I'll give you a video once I find it, Indy, for sure. Like a better example, like a roadmap example. If I can find more concrete, it's more like an advertisement. So there's a lot of inferences. That's kind of where I think Duolingo can benefit. So it benefit in a way that it can remove some mystique. Like where are they going next? But ultimately though, I wish Anki had more pre-made decks. Okay, pre-made decks for Vietnamese and Italian. There are no grammar-based decks, and the vocabulary decks are usually in English. I see. And I made my decks, and I think creating grammar decks with tons of exercises and drills seem very effective to you. That's awesome. I actually encourage that quite a lot. Actually, you can make Anki decks for Duolingo. It's possible, right? If I had to integrate what I'm doing now and the strategies that I don't use anymore that Duolingo reinforces, I can use Anki to compensate for everything that Duolingo doesn't focus on, and that enriches for everything that Duolingo lacks. So whatever Duolingo lacks is a chance and opportunity to be reinforced by Anki. And that's kind of the synergistic nature of using two tools to complement each other. The sum of their parts become greater. Like the efficacy of two things together is greater than the sum of their parts, at least in my opinion. That's generally how I go approaching learning stuff, not predicated on elimination and substitution. Elimination and substitution for me is an opportunity lost in synergistic use. As a slight digression from my personal experience. With tons of exercise, okay. The vocabulary decks were probably nice for learning new words, but there are easier ways to find flashcards, I see. Hindsight, I use Anki purely for grammar. Interesting. Fair enough. Fair enough. What do I use for grammar? Raw articles. So I don't use Duolingo at the moment outside of their guidebooks. Whatever's provided in their guidebooks are fantastic. They're well written. They use images. They have audio attached to all the things. That's great. Whatever is here. And then as a complement, I do raw essays, raw grammar essays, because I like dry reading. I'm a really big fan of dry reading. I mean, the way I talk is basically like reading a excessively unnecessarily long essay. So if you're a person that says things are too basic for you, or I don't have time for this and whatnot, I'm generally that guy that's writing those things, because usually it takes me a very long time to get to a point, but I love dry reading. It's about the intricacies of whatever it is. So I go to Tofuku, or whatever place where someone does like an essay on the history of the ni particle, and that's how I get my grammar. So typically slow going, and I love the journey of reading like the history of the ni particle or the history of the te particle. Learn through potential etymology, but more like culturalism. as opposed to flashing cards for mechanical use. And mechanical inclined people are likely goal-oriented people who think of time efficiency and efficacy of the way they're doing things as opposed to seeing what it can present for them. So using Duolingo has presented me a lot of opportunities to talk about my experiences and other people's experiences and how people share their negative, usually negative, experience with me. And that's an opportunity that if I focused on efficacy would not have been made possible. So while I do close certain doors because I don't have all the time in the world, I do open a lot of doors. Focusing on efficacy has been my life when I was younger. Now it's less so. So etymosity discussions, conflicting dissonance in emotions present opportunities where I don't usually see if I was focused on being effective. So my natural communication style and skills that I've curated up to this point is because I spend most of the time using my language to talk to a bunch of people, both people who despise me for being argumentative and people who find it very entertaining to hear me spout upon conflicting views and emotional subtexts between myself and everyone that I've experienced through myself. So whether there's another person there, I can at least check myself with all my experiences that I welcome myself to. So most of the time when someone says they're feeling bad or this is not efficacious, I hope that they find new effective ways for them. However, I like to subtly remind them that the more selective they are, the more they're looking for expectations, they are also narrowing all the possibilities that they're exposed to. That's what echo chamber, that's the dangers of echo chamber and confirmation bias. And that person that I was talking about with all this digression is in an echo chamber with groupthink as the prominent way of portraying or projecting their experience with Duolingo. It is not objective. It is subjective in nature because it is outdated. Much like in the scientific field, when things are outdated, they are subjected to scrutiny. So, there's my 2 cents about things, but you can choose, your poison or what have you, and hopefully you're happy with your progress and all that stuff. Usually healthy people are not the people I talk to most of the time. People who ask me for advice and help are individuals who are not happy, self-sustaining, self-motivated people. So oftentimes when I'm chatting with healthy people, it's usually farming their experience. So I definitely have considered using Anki at some point. Not yet though, not yet. As a way to take a nod to Anki again. Although personally, to me, Anki is a replacement of things that I have already done manually. Keep an Excel spreadsheet or keep a running spreadsheet of all the things I need to do, schedule all my time, write down whatever I did in the day, write down all the things that I need to remind myself or review. I do that manually even without the convenience of a digital device. So I have done this before smartphones exist. So naturally, Anki would be a great way if I haven't already developed the skills that Anki offers, which is not apparent here. And people continue to presume that. Perhaps one day I'll wear a shirt that says I'm 37 and I've gone through three years of education and be like a YouTube sensationalist influencer that leverage their experience as a way to provide credibility. But I don't want to do that because it creates a distance between the person willing to share something and the person who's of higher status. So generally, I don't go around parading how long I've been in an educational system and how many educational systems I've been in that worked and not worked, and then outreached in systems that are failing, right? Because the United States have a very varying educational system. Things like that. Wouldn't go into that too hard. I prefer to ask the other person why they're upset first. Why is this person upset at me for doing Duolingo, for using Duolingo? Are they so upset that they're telling me to stop using Duolingo, yet they don't show me any evidence that they actually care about what I think? So, weird. If you are interested in a flashcard app, I recommend checking out multiple flashcard apps. Anki is great because of the community effort, right? There are tons of free decks, sure, for the popular, yeah. Otherwise, if you want to create your flashcards, there are many usual. Yep. I am aware of 2 or 3 of them. In fact, I already make flashcards technically, and those flashcards are on the default app in an Android device. It's just a note keeping thing called Keeps. You can create as many reminders to yourself as you want. Before that is a notepad with a pencil. So instead of that, I actually keep lots of my reminders on my Discord. So I keep track of a lot of things publicly as well and share them publicly. But it's insurmountable and unfathomable of how many things I keep track of. And those effectively are flashcards. Each page of my fitness journal is a flashcard. Because effectively, a flashcard is a snapshot of the information you either want to remember or be reminded or be useful in the future. So journaling, record keeping, recording what you do, speaking, all these forms of recording can be converted into a memory reminder. So yeah, I am all too familiar with finding many different surrogate ways of remembering what's important to oneself, or perhaps recording something so you don't have to remember it in the future, right? That kind of thing. And Anki serves that platform for a lot of people. If this type of experience is not important to me, I wouldn't record it in the first place. So there you go. All right. Oh, our new vocabulary. Okay, we got to start our new vocabulary now. A regular museum? So we're going with a regular museum now. Utsukan. Utsukan.
博物館
Akupskan. How was that? Oh no. I don't remember. This is kind of closer to zoo. Dobutsukan. Oh no, wait. Or is that our museum? No, Dobutsukan is... Hold. Oh no. It's Butsukan, right? That's art museum. And then Dobutsukan is zoo. So isn't it like Bichutsukan? Yeah, Bichutsukan is art. Bichutsukan. So this is what? Hakubutsukan.
博物館
Hakubutsukan. And Bichutsukan is art museum. And then Dobutsukan is zoo. What the heck? Hakubutsukan. Hakubutsukan. Yeah.
博物館
I don't know about that.
素敵な博物館
What? Wait, why are you saying wait? Did I get it wrong? Did I mix them up? Because there is a high chance that I mixed them up. Dobutsukan, yeah. Oh, Dobutsen. Oh, yeah, Dobutsen. Yeah, you're right. It's not a play. Yeah, Dobutsen. Yeah, Dobutsen. Thanks. Thanks, Indy. I totally forgot. It's N because it's park. It's more like a park. Like a zoo park. Like an animal park. Dobutsen. Dobutsen versus, Kan. Like a... kind of like a building-ish thing, but yeah, Dobutsen. Yeah, Dobutsen, Bijutsukan, and now we have Hakubutsukan. These names, though. These names. What the? Suteki na Hakubutsukan. Oh man. Hold up, let me hear this.
素敵な博物館
Hakubutsukan. You know what, Indy? I'm just never gonna go to a museum. I'm never just gonna ask someone about a museum. Although, I'm fine with Bijutsukan. So, I'm gonna always ask where the art museum is, but not the regular museum. Problem solved. Heckin' Hakubutsukan. Hakubutsukan. Okay. Yeah, easy problem. Only go to art museums. Like, do you know where the Bijutsukan is? Only foods you know the words for. Yes. Real talk though, Lotus. Real talk. The food names that we know best are also the food names that we typically eat, as opposed to the food names we don't know, right? You know, deep cuts here, right? If I asked you what kind of fruit would you eat, you wouldn't say dragon fruit most of the time, would you? Or how about lychee? Oh, actually, you guys probably know lychee and stuff. Like, what's the one that I don't know, that I don't use, or like I've forgotten to use? Let me dig. Hold up. What's a food item? Durian? Probably durian. Durian is not exotic enough now. Matao. Matao. You eat penne pasta. Here's a curious thing. If you say penne, right? If you say penne pasta, is this redundant? No, it's not, right? Because penne is a cut, or it's like a prep. Oh, never mind. I already answered my own question. Fine. But listen. Do you have... Wait. You know what? Let's learn something about Italian words. Different cuts of pasta. Different cuts of pasta. Can I remind myself of a cut of pasta that I used to know, but I don't anymore? Oh, concelli. Like concelli. Like the shells things, right? Concelli. I don't use that term. I think I just say shells. So there you go. There's one, I think. Oh, I use gnocchi all the time. Angel hair is one. I definitely don't use angel hair to describe that. Okay, angel hair is probably off the menu. Oh, cavatappi. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce it actually. I don't even know how to pronounce it anymore. And that's about it. All the other ones I literally don't know. I've never heard of. Besides the usual ones, right? Like fettuccine, linguine, penne, rigatoni. Oh my gosh, I can't say it without without saying it like the Japanese the rigatoni. And like I actually don't know how Italians say it. And then, you know, you have ravioli, macaroni, elbows, etc. But yeah, plenty of words. Linguine strictly better than spaghetti. I agree. Personally, I agree. And here's a hotter take. It's kind of a similar relationship between I like both of them, but udon versus ramen, and also even more than that, knife cut noodles versus udon. Like knife cut noodles, I like my thick. No, I like going thick. Sorry folks. Like I like rice cakes too. Like even more extreme, if you want to go even more hyperbolic, tteokbokki, you know, rice cakes, spicy rice cakes. Knife cut noodles have that chew and stuff, but I don't know, rice cakes. I'm a chew person. So spaghetti linguine, the relation here is I like my linguine because it's got that nice bouncier, thicker substance bite, you know. Some people would say they like spaghetti because it has higher surface area, so you know they're really into like sauce centric kind of thing. But I like my chew. I'm a dough boy. I'm kind of doughy. Like gnocchis. Gnocchis. Although gnocchi is probably so pasta adjacent. Sometimes gnocchis come out not pasta. And not to be confused, here's another fun thing that I feel food people get uptight about quite a bit, and it's really funny to me. I think it's really calling risotto, or how do they go? Risotto. Oh man, I can't even pronounce it English wise anymore. Oh, risotto, right? Risotto. That's not a pasta. It's a grain, right? It's kind of like calling couscous pasta. Don't do that either. Sorry. Anyways, we're moving on from this, I hope. Dude, we used to sell durians at a place I worked at. Oh no. When I had a part-time job in retail, hated whenever people brought durian because that meant it had to go through me. Yeah. Gym sock or gym, you know, gym sock. Sweaty gym sock. So you work at a place that sold durian? That's kind of exotic. It kind of narrows it down to where you could be. That's pretty exotic. It's still pretty exotic now. Yeah, Asian Mark. I don't even think you can find durian here conveniently. Here. It's not convenient here to find durian. You know, wait. I'm trying to think of Chinese. What is, do you guys, can anyone help me? What is the fruits? See, this is why I don't use names of things I don't get a chance to eat. What is the fruit that looks like lychee? But it's brown and it's native to a very, like, it's homey to Chinese people. I keep forgetting what, I think it might start with long. Not kiwi. It looks like lychee. It's like a relative of lychee, but it has a brown thing with a pit in the middle. It has the same flesh and consistency, like, oh yeah, that. There it is. Yes. Yes. See, this is a thing that I seldomly eat. I absolutely love, but I can't ever remember the name. I can't ever remember the name, but I can describe it enough to eventually get to it. And I still don't actually know how to pronounce it in Mandarin, really. I actually don't. How do English people pronounce this? Oh, no. Wait.
Longan.
Longan? Okay. Longan, sure. I'll take Longan. You don't like the big seed? Yeah, it's a pretty big seed. Lychee, I think lychee is slightly smaller, but they're related. But they don't look very similar, but they're related. Lychee and longans are related. I've never really seen them fresh. They only sell them in cans here. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in a cart. Oh, and I have some of them from a street vendor in Mexico. Oh, I see. Yeah. My parents always talk about it. Like when we go to Chinatown, right? If they have longans around, they prefer to buy the longans because it's something like it's like a piece of home kind of thing. There was another fruit that comes from Fuzhou, like Fujian specifically, but I don't remember. Like I don't remember enough to know how to describe it. It kind of looks like a fig. It kind of reminds me of a fig, but something. It's similar to a fig. Not enough details to recall it though.
午後1時ですか?
I don't think you're missing much. The canned versions. I feel longans and lychee are kind of like pineapples. Even in canned form, they more or less taste like that. If you know what I mean. Like they're such water dense, like they're high water content things. So unless you're eating something really dry, they're usually fine. Pretty close to the quote-unquote fresh thing. I don't think they preserve really well. They're incredibly sweet and high in water content. Unless they dry out, like watermelons. If you let watermelon dry out, that is the most... Have you guys ever eaten a dried out watermelon? Like when it like turns white and it's like slightly... Ooh. Oh, okay. I'm done. Sorry. Goko?
午後
Oh, gongo. Wait. Gogo?
午後
No. Yeah, it gets like the flesh becomes like really dried out and all the water kind of like all the redness comes out. Like the redness kind of, but it's like white mush. It's kind of off. Like at the tip. A lot of times when you have like a watermelon that aged for too long. Is that a Dade? Why did you eat that? I don't know. I don't like wasting food, Indy. Why would you ask a Chinese person? Why would you eat that? We bought it and it kind of got aged and you have to eat it. You know, you have that propensity. Sometimes I have this irrational necessity to eat something that clearly is bad for me. That's what it looks like in kanji? Wow. Wow. Why didn't they teach the kanji for this one? Oh wait, but that's too kanji. I want to throw this back up. Wait, you guys don't do that? Have you... I'm sure you've probably be in situations where like, oh yeah, someone cooked you something. It's like, oh yeah, thank you. And you just take it. Like, food is food, but sometimes even calories can be very incredibly unappetizing. You're not far from the point where you should learn these kanji? Oh, okay. Like AM and PM. Gozen and Wait. Go? Wait.
午後1時ですか
Gong. Oh my gosh. Wait.
午後。午後。
Why would you gongo me? Gongo me.
午後。
Okay. Fine. I would love to hear all of you say this
午後。
and have like a bunch of voice samples. Gongo, ichiji desu ka? Is it 1 p.m.? Okay. All right. I got it. Mine, mine sounds like go-go. Go-go, like in pogo go-go. Bogo kogo. Bogo. Oh, that's what it sounds like in my head. Go-go. It's kind of like a goo goo gaga moment. Go-go. I got to a go-go now. Go-go. Okay.
木曜日
That's not...
3時半
I like how that's actually 3:30. Go-go... go-go... Wait, can I hear this again?
午後午後
Go-go...
午
Go-go...
後
午後3時半に会いましょう。会いましょう。
午後1時に会いましょ
Oh, I like the way you're saying it.
う。午後1時に会いましょ
Okay. 午後1時に会いましょう。Oh, by the way, since we talked about... Oh, hey, Ginger. Hello. Hello, Ginger. I wonder what happened to my timestamps on the YouTube side. I need to put the timestamp back on the YouTube side of things because I can't actually tell when messages are written. Since we've been talking about accents a lot, YouTube has been throwing videos at me on how different people are saying that they're being asked questions like, should you choose an accent before learning a language? And I thought that was a really interesting question. Now, it's not to say those videos had interesting discussions per se, but it's an interesting question. Like, for example, no bias at all. There's just no bias here. Obviously, this is purely objective. If you want to learn English, listen to a Scottish person. No bias at all. Obviously, purely objective. Purely objective. If you're learning English as a second language, listen to a Scottish person. That's it. You're welcome. No, I'm just kidding, obviously. But personally, if I had the chance, I probably choose to get friendly with a Scottish person and just take on their accent after a while. I don't know if you know. It's a phenomenon. So you understand. Yeah, so it's a phenomenon. Have you guys heard of the phenomenon where I don't call it familect? Familect? So it's kind of an extension of familect. But basically, if you have a closed group, right? If you have a closed group, I know this is a parasocial relationship situation, but if you had a closed group of people who have specific accents, right? Say this group had like, I don't know, 6 different accents, and they regularly interact. Their accents would gravitate towards a central commonality. So the distance between all the accents would coalesce. So that's kind of what I mean by, oh yeah, you just hang around with a Scottish person, because I would totally be friends with you if you had a Scottish accent. No bias whatsoever. No bias at all. Just saying. So what I'm really saying is, if I ever meet Lotus or Indy and I don't hear a Scottish accent, I can't be your friend. No pressure, guys. No pressure. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. If you do, though, yeah, stop teaching me your accent. That I was just about to say that. I was like, you know what? This doesn't help, though. This doesn't help my case. Although, if any of you have a Scottish accent and you're not telling me, and then suddenly you talk to me, I'm gonna feel really, really betrayed, but also at the same time, incredibly surprised and enamored that we would have to have like an 8-hour meal together while I ask you all the questions about your accent, because it's something. I don't know if you guys have this feeling, but sometimes when things are very different, right? If something are very different, is awesome, right? It's super awesome. Like learning Japanese right now is very distinct from English, right? The distance is great. So that's awesome too. But then you have the things like, if you think you understand everything, right? Like if you like lived your entire life in a language and then suddenly you encounter something that's in your language, so it can't possibly be this distance, but then you encounter something that is near, like adjacently near to something you hold dear, it's also incredibly, I'm incredibly piqued. Like my interest is immediately piqued by something that I thought I've heard it all or something like that, right? And it's suddenly this person comes around, it's like, yo, like please, you have time? You have time for a 5-hour discussion where you just keep talking and I sit there and listen to you articulate the words that you're trying to say. I had the privilege over my life to hear a French accent, a southern, a Punjabi accent, I guess. Not southern, like I'm not saying it's southern, but Punjabi and a southern Indian accent. They do sound really different. Even in English, when they're both speaking English, they're very different. A southern Indian and a northern Indian accent. French, multiple French people. Vietnamese, Korean, Japanese, Spanish, Latina, specifically Latina. I don't think I've met someone from Spain. Yeah, all of them sound really incredible. There's a slight difference between that I can tell between a Puerto Rican and a Costa Rican. That happened too, and a Floridian. So what I mean is someone who is multinational Floridian, like Florida, people from Florida, who still has like a somewhat of like a homely accent, subtle remnants accent of either Puerto Rico or Costa Rican, right? Met a Haitian once, Dominican Republic or Dominicanian. I don't know how you go about for the Dominican Republic. So there's so many other things. I think the one that really stands out is where Lotus is from, though, and where you are from, Indy, Texas and California. Yeah. That's also incredibly fascinating. Not that I'm saying you guys have those accents, but SoCal and Texas, that's different. That's different, all right. I feel like one of these days I'm gonna get into trouble because whenever I hear like a Texan, right, a Texan talk to me and they're like really mad at me, it only makes me feel like they're being nice. This is a perpetual stereotype, obviously, because of the southern accent and whatnot. But even when you're angry in your accent, it feels less angry than compared to like a New Yorker. If a New Yorker show that they're angry, I don't know. It seems like they're really angry, like you want to back out. But when a Texan or like maybe Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgian, when they're like, "Oh yeah, I am," I can't do it in impersonation. It's like they're expressing, like, "I'm really angry right now." It's like, "Oh, that's kind of sweet." It's hard for me to decouple the feeling like they're trying to be angry, but they're not as angry as, like, say, a New Yorker yelling at you, right? Sorry, New Yorkers, but I'm far more accustomed to hearing New Yorkers being angry than limited experience. But anyways, so help me. That Texan accent, Indy. If you have a Texan accent, it's gonna be very hard to know if you're angry at times. I was gonna say something like a red panda being angry, because when you see a red panda angry, it's almost like even less angry than it is actually angry. But that's not the same. It's not the same. That's visual as well. Anyways. We should meet at 3 p.m.
何時に会いましょうか
I clicked on it so fast, I didn't even know what I got wrong. Oh, it's fine. We'll find it later. 何時に会いましょうか午後3時に会いましょう。Fair enough.
楽しい遊園地。
遊園地 Wait. 遊園地 Let me That kind of sounds like a place. It's definitely a place. But 遊園地 No, maybe not.
遊園地。
Oh, theme park? I heard the park.
遊園地。
So N, I heard N, but then the chi took me by surprise. Cause it reminds me of Ueno Koen, right? Ueno Koen, how that works out, the Koen part. But UN as opposed to Koen, and then the
遊
chi
園地。
is the chi more like theme? So like in, like, you know how Chimu instead of Timu, right? Chimu. So did they went with like the reverse? I don't know. I'm reading too much into this, but it does remind me of Koen. So UNG. I don't think I have an accent. Oh yeah, you did tell me that before. Yeah. People tell you that as a northerner, Indie, I probably would say I know this is gonna sound cliche, but I will probably say you have an accent. Much like people tell me that New Yorkers constantly tell me that I have a Pennsylvanian accent. I don't even know what that is. I legitimately cannot hear my Pennsylvania accent. I have no idea. Like, they know that I'm not from New York anymore. Like, I don't know what that is. I clearly don't sound like the super hyperbolic New York accent where people talk about, but I don't know what a Pennsylvania accent is. Like, what is that? Is that Midwestern? Like, do I sound like someone from Ohio or Chicago? I don't even know what that sounds like either. I'm clearly not Bostonian, and I don't sound like a Virginian. Virginians still have some drawl to it, right? To me, and I know this is gonna, I'm sorry for everyone else who thinks their accent is great. I have the most boring, I feel, just for myself, I'm not speaking for anyone else, I feel my American accent is probably the most boring accent in the United States. And I feel, in general, this is the middle ground accent. So the accent I have now is the middle ground accent, or like the consistent middle ground one. So it's the least interesting accent in American English. Fight me. I'm just kidding. No one wants to make a competition for being the boringest accent. It's not offensive, I'd say. So there's a silver lining, right? I don't think my accent is the most offensive accent, but it is also, it's not a divisive accent. It's just very boring. It's like the default of what people think of when they think of, oh, it's the other boring accent, not the southern accent. What is listening to the transatlantic dude? Yo, dude. Yeah, transatlantic. Yeah, I wish that was still there. Yeah, I think when you say transatlantic, it's the same as what other people say, mid-Atlantic or something. Is that the same at mid and transatlantic, like the Atlantic accent, like that like really it's almost British like, but it's like a mix of American British. It's like Americanized British accent, and it's like kind of fast. It's a little bit fluttery. The radio captures it really well, and it's like that time of romanticizing of like 60s and 70s. Is that the transatlantic accent? Oh yeah, 50s. Yeah, 50s. Yeah, the really televised, the hyper televised accent, which guess what? Turns out that it's only on television. But most people don't speak like that in the 50s. But I like it. I like the portrayal, like the 50s, yeah, the 50s radio voice. Although for most voice actors, like people who do background digging in American accents, turns out that's largely just for radio and TV. As in, like, the people in that period do not generally sound like that. Which is a bit of a shame, because I kind of like the whole radio romanticizing thing, and I can't do anything like that. In fact, it requires a rate of speed or like a cadence that's way heightened, and I can't speak that fast anymore. Like, it's slightly heightened the pace of the transatlantic accent. You can be like SoCal. I'm throwing like a jab at Lotus. Don't tell Lotus. Lotus isn't listening. Instead of like SoCal, where to speed up the rate of your words you're using, you're putting like every other 3 words. You know, throw in like every other 4 or 5 words, and then you'll probably get your rate of speed up. Your words per minute up. Throw in likes everywhere. I'm kind of curious what Lotus feels about the SoCal accent. It's almost dialectical in a way. Yeah, it's similar to dialectical. Sorry, reminiscent. Lots of reminiscent. I say sorry a lot, and it reminds me of how Japanese people are very apologetic in public, like constantly saying sumimasen all the time. I do that naturally already in English, like apologizing for pretty much everything, and it doesn't resonate well, in my opinion, with American colloquialism, because if you start to apologize for everything, then apologies itself have less meaning. That's usually what I get oftentimes. However, it's different than that. It's kind of like saying daijoubu in very, very situations. When you use it a lot, it develops nuances. So when I make a joke and I say I'm sorry, it's I'm sorry, I'm trying to be funny. It's not I'm sorry I did something wrong. So it's like that. It's like ne everywhere. Like ne? Do you know which ne I'm talking about? Instead of using swear words. I mean, other people replace sorry with swear words, so that's fine too. Or slap, hot minute, you know, drip, whatever is happening these days. Hip. Hip. A hip theme park. Oh, yeah. Fine. Okay, UNG.
遊園地
UNG は 楽しい
楽
ですね。
しい。
つまらない美術館。
つまらない。つまらない。つまらない。
つまらない。
Okay, that's deceptive. You know what this sounds like? Sumarai? Okay, there, I'm gonna exercise my Japanglish rights, okay? You guys ready for this? I don't think you guys are ready for my Japanglish, my level of Japanglish. When I thought of sumaranai, sumaranai. Sumaranai. You know what I thought? I thought it sounds like smart from English. And my Japanglish told me nai, so not smart. The first time I heard this right out of the gate, I'm like, not smart? And then it turns out to be boring. And then I'm like, okay, well,
つまらない。
or uninteresting. Sumaranai. 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 Okay.
つまらない美術館。
Bijutsukan. Oh, hey, Bijutsukan. A boring art museum. Bijutsukan. Sumaranai. Sumaranai. Ranai. 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 Sumaranai. 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 Okay. Alright.
つまらない。
Sumaranai.
博物館はつまらないです。
I heard a place. And it's not there. So it's clearly not that.
博物館はつまらないです。
Oh.
博物館、
Hakubutsukan. Hakubutsukan wa sumaranai
です。
desu.
博物館はつまらないです。
Sumaranai desu. Hakubutsukan. Hakubutsukan wa surama. Hakubutsukan wa suranamai. Oh my gosh. Ranai. Sumaranai. Sumaranai. Okay. Hakubutsukan wa sumaranai desu. I keep saying sumaranai, like there's a stutter there. Sumaranai. Yeah, sumaranai. Hakubutsukan wa sumaranai desu. Okay. That's I got. Let's just
今晩出かけましょう。
Dekakemashou. So this is the first time this was in the volition.
出かけましょう。
Dekake. To go out, to as opposed to hang out. Dekakemashou. Okay. Konban dekakemashou. Okay. We should go out tonight.
今週出かけましょう。
Konshu dekakemashou.
今週出かけましょう。
We should go out this week. I kind of like dekakemashou. If only I don't trip on the whole thing. Or I guess you could use asogimashou instead as well. I mean, you could use it in the same.
日曜日に出かけましょう。
Nichiyobi ni kakemashou. Oh, dekakemashou. I keep forgetting the day. Dekakemashou. Okay, sure. We should go out on Sunday. Sure. Sumaranai. Sumaranai.
つまらない。卵、
豚肉。
豚肉、
テスト。
テスト、
塩。
土曜日に出かけましょう。
土曜日にOkay. 土曜日にOh my gosh. 出かけ。Okay. 土曜日に出かけましょう。土曜日に出かけましょう。I'll show you a 出かけ。We should we should go out on Saturday.
午後1時に会いましょう。
So what did I do here? How did I mess up? Oh, it's probably we should meet at 1 p.m. Oh, did I hit 3 p.m.? I probably tapped 3 p.m. instead of 1 p.m. Yeah, I probably tapped 3 instead of 1. I get shocked when I don't expect to get it wrong and it's suddenly wrong. So that shocked me a little.
3000、
Sanzen. Oh, wait. What?
3000、
Zen? Zen? Really? Sanzen. Really? Oh no. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Sanzen. Okay.
3000、
That explains why 3 hasn't shown up.
3000、
Sanzen.
3000、
入り口
Iriguchi? Iriguchi.
入り口
Entrance. Okay. What was the other one? Deguchi, right? Deguchi. Deguchi is exit. Just to honor indies. I wonder. I don't get it. I don't get why Duolingo doesn't tell us the antonyms, right? Here you go, indie. How far apart are these units? They're like 13 units apart, maybe between 10 and 13 units apart. Hiriguchi. Hiriguchi is almost 13. I'm pretty sure, maybe 11. Let's just say 11 units apart from Yaguchi, which is the exit. It's the same unit that I learned Homu, like all the train station stuff, like Homu, Kaidan, like the stairs and whatnot, ticket gates and etc. Ikiriguchi, Iriguchi.
入り口
Iriguchi. Okay. So, entrance.
入り口、
Iriguchi. Okay.
入場料
What?
入場料
New? Okay. New. Rio. New Giorio.
入場料
Okay. New Giorio. Okay. That I want to see the kanji for this. Someone give me the kanji for Nijurio. It's probably like 2 kanji, isn't it? Someone give me the kanji. Is it like 2 kanji? It can't be this big. This is absolutely absurd. Nugiorio. Nugiorio. Wait. Someone give me the kanji for admission fee. Nyujoryo. What the? Nyujoryo. Wow. Oh, it's not okay. It's not. It's still pretty. It's still pretty intense. It's still pretty intense though. The kanji is a little. It's still pretty intense. But what the heck? Nyujoryo. Okay.
入場料
It looks so. It looks so gigantic.
3000円はありますか
So you had a same response. Nyujoryo. Man, that's hilarious. Sanzen. So, sanzen en wa arimasu ka? Do you have 3,000 bits? I'm just kidding. Yen.
3000円は少し高いです。3000
3000 yen. Wa skoshi something. 高いです。
3000円は少し高いです。
3000 yen. 3000 yen は少し高いです。Okay.
チケットは3000円ですか
チケットは3000 yen ですかis the ticket. You know, they introduced, I've already forgotten what it is. New Georio, right? New Georio. They introduced that, and immediately they just switch over to Chiquetto. I feel like Duolingo is trolling me. I'm just saying. Chiketo wa 3000 yen desu ka? It's the ticket 3,000 yen. Okay.
大人のチケットをください。
大人。
大人。
Interesting. 大人. Okay. Adults. 大人のチケットをください。Oh, okay. Hey, adults ticket? Wait, what's going on?
"大人チケットくださいを
Wait, what's going on here? I'm so confused. Adults ticket, please? Is that not what that says?
チケットの
Oh my gosh, are you serious? A ticket for adults, please? Oh yeah. Oh. The reason the reason is exactly what you just said. The reason why it didn't sound right is because they gave it away by saying adult's ticket. And I'm like, wait a minute, that can't be right. So it had to be a different phrase. And that's the only reason. There's no other reason for me why it I'm like, wait. And I get it. See, this is really interesting. Instead of doing like interpretation here, right? Duo didn't do two-step interpretation, right? Instead of saying adults in adults ticket, they went literal. Or a more literal impression, a ticket for adults, because that's how the modifier works in this order, right? Right? Tickets of or for adults. Man. I almost died. I almost died. Oh. Okay, alright. Oh man, that went down my trachea. Oh no. I breathed when I was swallowing. Don't breathe when you're swallowing, guys. It's a very bad time. Okay. So 大人のチケットを買います。
買います。大人の入場料は5000円です。大人の入場料は5000円です。
Oh, heckin'.
入場料
は5000円
です。大人の入場料は5000円です。
5000円です。Okay.
大人のチケットはいくらですか？
大人のチケットはいくらですか？4000円です。Yeah, it's 4, right? Yeah, 4000円です。入り口
木曜日。
Oh my gosh. 博物館。締め切り or 締め切りOh, some of these words are getting a little tough, actually. Like what I mean is the way they lined it. Like 閉まらない。
つまらない。
Yeah. Thanks, Terabov. Okay. Oh no. Come on, don't do this. New Jiu Okay, New Jiru Nijuniuri. Oh my gosh. New Jiryuryo. Joryo. New Joryo. New Joryo wa Sanzen and this.
入場料
New Joryo. Yeah, New Joryo wa Saizen and this. Okay. The kana doesn't really help. I'm just saying. New Joryo. New Joryo. Okay. Okay.
3000
3000円はありますか？
ありますか？
楽しいアトラクション。
attraction. Of course, attraction. Yeah,
アトラクション。
attraction. Anoshi attraction. Hey, fun attraction. Neat. Very neat.
好きなお菓子は何ですか？
好きな Okay, I can get behind 好きな好きなお菓子 Okay, 好きなお菓子は何ですか？ What's your favorite snack? I can get behind this phrase. Mint chocolate chip. What's your favorite mountain? Obviously, it's Fujisan. Fight me. I'm just kidding. Sorry, Mount Everest. Or the Alps. Sorry. Or the Appalachian Mountains. Or Appalachian Mountains. Or Rockies. Sorry. And all the other mountain ranges that I don't understand. Himalayas. Let's throw in Himalayas as well. Okay. 好きなお菓子は何ですか？ Yeah, that's fair enough.
このアトラクションは怖いですね。
このアトラクションは怖いですね。Scary.
怖い。
Yeah, kawaii. I've heard this. It's where we finally have it. Kawaii. Wait, what's the opposite of scary? Is there an antonym of scary? Like not scary? I mean, they introduced boring, but I don't know about boring. I knew you were gonna say not scary. But listen, that only introduces Janai-des, right? Janai-des. Then you just negate it. It's not as fun. You don't get a new word. I've already forgotten what boring was. Oh. Shiranai. Yeah, shimaranai. Okay. I guess that's what they're doing. Like what I mean is there's no other adjectives so far. But shimaranai. I haven't said it out loud. I've heard shimaranai a couple times already. I myself haven't ever said it, and I didn't realize I would have such a difficulty saying shima, like shima, sumanai, tumadana, like the marana, Marana is a little rough. Sumaranai. Okay, kono attraction. Okay. Kono attraction wa kawaii. Kawaii desu ne.
怖い。
Kawaii. This attraction is scary, isn't it? Alright. Moving right along. Kawaii.
怖い。エリカさん、好きなアトラクションは何ですか？
好きなアトラクションは何ですか? Erica, what's your favorite? What's your favorite attraction? What's your favorite attraction? Sorry.
怖いジェットコースタ
Jet coaster. This was spoiled in Jet coaster. Jet coaster was spoiled because I looked at the grammar points. I looked at the guidebook before this unit, and it was in it. Jet coaster. Jet coaster. Okay. You know what's weird? This isn't in it. So in the kana section, in the katakana section, this type of notation is not in the katakana section. But they have plenty of these things. And it took me a while to figure out how to enter them in a keyboard as well. What was the earlier one? Things like Fantachi is a good one. Where you have like this type of notation. Kawaii jet coaster.
ジェットコースタ
Jet coaster. Okay. A scary roller coaster. いいえ。コーラを飲みません。
コーラ
Oh, wow.
は飲みません。
飲みません。Yes. Conceptual. Fine. Contradictory, conceptual. Optional.
好きなジェットコースターはありますか？
It's topical.
好きな
好きな
ジェットコースターは
は What?
好きなジェットコースターはありますか？
はありますか? Oh,
ありますか？
okay.
好きなジェットコースターはありますか？
Oh, wait. What? Hold up.
好きなジェットコースターはありますか？
Interesting. I mean, I kind of get it, conceptually wise, right? Okay, that's fair enough. Do you have a favorite roller coaster? I suppose. It is a question. I suppose a roller coaster. All right. That's fine.
好きなアトラクションは何ですか？
Okay. 好きなアトラクション attraction. Attraction は何ですか？
怖いアトラクションが好きです。
が好きです。Wait, why is が好きです？
が好きです。
Why is this a new phrase? が好きです。Or why attraction が好きです。It's contradictory to some extent, I suppose, but I don't know why this is highlighted. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this is highlighted. It's because it's a ga instead of a wa or by itself. No, they had ga skitas a lot of times. To express hobbies and like to express things you like. They used the personalized ga a couple times already for activities. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, they use wa and ga a lot. Actually, they use ga more than wa because it's very personal what you like. They tend to lean on ga. That's weird. I don't understand this one. I'm actually legitimately baffled. I was thinking maybe it's like an inanimate object, but that's fine because you liked concepts too, like movies, ga suki desu on movies and action, drama, and stuff too. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know why it's highlighted as new. Interesting. Kawaii, kawaii,
かわいい
kawaii densha ga suki desu.
電車
Yeah, this is normal. This is actually an old prompt. This actual prompt right here is from a previous prompt when Shinkai-sen was introduced. Shinkansen. Sorry. Shinkansen. Shinkansen. Oh no. Shinkansen. Yeah, Shinkansen. Yeah. Shinkansen was introduced, and this phrase was introduced to contrast with Densha. But weird. I don't know why it was new.
怖いジェットコースターが好きです。
Kawaii. Oh no. Kawaii jet coaster.
ジェットコースター。
Jet coasterが好きです。Okay.
速いゴーカートが好きです。
Go karts?
ゴーカート。
Okay. 速いゴーカートが好きです。New truck line. Oh, new main truck line. So, Shin. Okay, Shin on truck. Interesting. Or main. New main line. Then. That kinda helps. Now I'm confused as why Sen. Then what? Senshu. Right? Senshu now turns into a line person. Sorry. And then you have kan. I'm like, oh no. What about Bijutsukan? I know that's a totally different sen, but you have to know that you're using kana, right? And then we have Bijutsukan, the kan in Bijutsukan, and what was my new one? Hakuts Hakutsuku Hakubutsukan. Oh, okay. Ooh, that helps though. Oh no, that doesn't help. Now I'm thinking of Atarashi. No, Bitsuskan doesn't help either. Shut up. Shut up. No, I just no, there's no there's no relationship between them either. I know it's same as Atarashi, but that doesn't help. Shinkansen doesn't help. It does kind of to some extent. I'll remember something. It's fine. It's fine. Hayai go kato. Okay, go kato ga suki desu. Go kato ga suki desu. Okay, I like go-karts. I like fast go-karts. It's fine, thanks. Thanks for helping. I think I probably will remember the Shinkansen like as 3 different things. The main, I'm gonna stick with main line. New main line works. New main line works. Shinkansen. Shinkansen. The more details, better. Go-kato.
ゴーカート。速いゴーカート。
Hayai
速い
go-kato.
ゴーカート。
It's been so long since I've used Shinkansen. It wasn't reinforced at all. So even when the transit stuff came back and stuff, Shinkansen was not used. Interestingly enough.
高いジェットコースターが好きです。
Akai Jet Costa. Oh yeah, and I didn't even mention Shinkansen in the review. Yeah, I didn't mention it on day 53. Shinkansen didn't come up. Takai Jet Coaster ga suki desu. Jet Coaster ga suki desu. I like boring roller coasters. Sorry. I like tall roller coasters. My favorite attraction is the go-karts. Oh, there's so much katakana too. Skina actoro Arachaction. No, Arato. Oh no, it's Atora attraction. Attraction. I'm losing my composure. Skina attraction wa go-karto. Wa go-karto desu. Okay.
好きなアトラクションはゴーカートです。
Okay. 好きなアトラクションはゴーカートです。ゴーカートです。ゴーカートです。ゴーカートです。好きなアトラクション好きなアトラクションはゴーカートです。Okay. かわいいジェットコースター。
怖い。
怖い。
ジェットコースター。
ジェットコースター。This unit was kind of fun. Kind of fun. Yellow. キウリ。キリウリ。
黄色い。
キリロイ。Oh, キリロイ。Oh, no, not ルイ。Oh, キリ。Oh my gosh. キリロイ。キリロイ。
黄色い。
黄色い。黄色い。黄色い。
黄色い。
黄色い。I'll show you a 黄色い。黄色い。
黄色い。
That's
黄
fine.
色い帽子。
黄色い帽子. Okay. Wow, that's a throwback. A yellow hat.
怖い顔。
Kawaii. How? Face?
顔。
How? Yes. How? Wow. That's kind of mean. Oh, you know what? I've heard this before. Kawaii kao. I heard this before. When you're playing like a dragon, Kiryu always get people mention kawaii kao around Kiryu all the time. If they don't teach you the kanji for color, I'm gonna throw a fit. They don't? Oh. Wow. So I'm gonna have to learn the kanji for the colors? Oh no. Okay. Wait. What do you mean they don't teach? Don't you know it, Lotus? Wait, hold up. Neither of you? I'm kind of curious now.
顔。
How?
面白いショー。
So? Show?
ショー。
Show? Okay, fine. That works. Amada. Onku. What? All my kanji is outside too. So I'm not sure when they teach it. Okay. I would think it's this lesson. I don't think so. There hasn't been... wait. When is the complete set of colors? Lotus, what is my complete set of colors? What would you consider a complete set of colors? So I have red, blue, white, black, green, and yellow now. Is that the complete set of colors, or are there more complete set of colors, like primary color? I guess if they've completed their complete set of colors, I could imagine them introducing the kanji then. Am I missing one? They teased orange, though, and pink. They also teased orange and pink in the guidebook. So I don't know when they're going to be done with introducing colors in the kana form. But usually when they complete a set, that's when they go back and introduce the kana. I mean, not the kana, the kanji. Most of your kanji is from old lessons. When they went from hiragana to kanji in the same lesson. Yeah, I guess you guys will see it. You guys will find out. You guys will find out. By the way, I already saw the kanji for pink and orange, because in the guidebook they use kanji and not the kana most of the time in the guidebook, weirdly enough, I suppose. Omoshiroi. Omoshiroi. Show. Wait, yes, show. Okay. A funny show or an interesting show.
かわいいキャラクタ
Character. Guys, you're gonna have to tell me. You're gonna have to tell me. Is main a katakana for main? So main character. Or do you need to put a no there? You probably don't need to put a no there. Main character Is that a thing? A main character? Main character. Kawaii character. Wait,
キャラクタ
it's a mascot? What? Why would you? I'm done. I'm quitting. Now Japanese isn't being funny anymore. This isn't funny anymore. Then what's character? Wait. What's the expression for character? Jishokara. Main character. Okay. Jishokara wa. Oh, Jishokara. Okay. No. Ime ga arimasu. No ime ga arimasu. Imi. What does imi mean? Imi ga arimasu. Imi. Oh, is that the main for, I mean, character? I mean, so character is ima, or the whole phrase? Imi means meaning. Oh, okay. I see. Arimasu. Okay. What does character mean then? Oh, wait. You already said that. So wait, which part is character? The whole phrase? Or is it the second half, like kara? Jisho kara. Where? Character kiyak
キャラクタ
karak
キャラクタ
kiyak character.
キャラクタ
Interesting.
キャラクタ
This is just a normal character. Okay. What the? Oh, I do see Naka and person and what looks like mono. So I see 3 kanji. Yeah. Oh, create. I see. I do see center, person, and thing, which is Naka, because of the other things like Naka. You guys already introduced person, the person counter, and then things are mono from in kaimono. So shopping or buy things, kaimono. And then the left one is weird. Create is weird. It looks like there's an E attached to it. Do I know skurimasu? I do. I do know skurimasu. To make. Oh, is that the same character as skurimasu for create on the left? Did they reuse the create kanji for skurimasu? Okay, I see. Nice. Very nice. So can anyone explain to me? Yeah, skurimasu. Okay. That's a really funky like kanji. So maybe like this. Whoops. And these are the same length, but these strokes are slightly different. Oh, and this one's further down. It's a little bit more spaced out. Okay. Awesome. So can someone explain to me why a mascot is called character? Is this how you like is this their way of griefing English learners? I mean English Japanese learners? Is this why? Kawaii character.
このキャラクターの顔は可愛いですね。
Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that guy for? Oh, he's a character representing the business. Oh, okay. True. My thought, if I had to stretch, right? You know how you say that guy is a character. Do you guys know what my expression is? Like, that guy is a mascot. As in, omoshiroi. Like, oh, that guy is a gag. Or, wow, what a character. You know what I mean? And then when you think of what a character, you think of something hyperbolic, like a mascot. Someone who's goofy. What a character. But that's stretching it. That's really, really stretching it. Like I'm grasping for straws here. Like Tony the Tiger, what a character. Because Tony the Tiger is a mascot. So it's very characteristic, very flamboyant, very goofy character. And that's as stretched as I can get for mascot. How you would stretch. You can describe a mascot as a character, as in that what a character, as in like really goofy and unique thing. Expressive, I guess.
このキャラクターの顔は可愛いですね。
I doubt we're going that deep though.
この
I like the business thing though. So maybe it doesn't come off so much as a mascot, but more of what you're saying, like a representation, or like for a brand or something, like brand reputation. So there's a chance the mascot is being used in a business sense, and I kind of like that. I think I'll remember that from now on. Like for example, not in the mascot. It's kind of for entertainment, but I think it's for more for representation. Like Mickey Mouse is a mascot, right? But the mascot has more of a formal appeal. It's the brand. It's also like a brand representation of Disney and stuff. Not solely for entertainment. So I can see that if you're using character as mascot. I don't know. I have no idea. Is it suggesting also a character is not at the same level as a human character? Because they have a word for human character, like a main character, but it has human in it, or it has a counter that insists that it's human. So is it suggesting that character is something figment, like a concept, and not necessarily a person? Would you ever call a person a character? I guess you would, huh? You could. I don't know.
このキャラクターの顔は可愛いですね。キャラクターは
Kawaii
可愛いですね。
Oh no, wait.
このキャラクターの顔は可愛いですね。
Okay. Kao. Oh.
顔
Kao wa kawaii desu ne. このcharacter. Oh, lots of K's. このcharacterの顔は可愛いですね. Well, that's one way to get the K's in there. このキャラクターの顔は可愛いですね。キャラクターは Kawaii ですね。 Oh, that's one way to get the K's in there. このキャラクターの顔は可愛いですね。キャラクターは You can always do a Google image search to find out what mascot qualify or not. Oh. You haven't done a deep dive on this one? You're slacking. You're slacking, Lotus. You and Indy are supposed to provide all the background research for me. You know, unpaid labor here, Lotus. You're supposed to cut to the chase and alleviate like 5 hours of background searching on my part, you know? You're unpaid labor. Typing sounds. Thanks. It's fine.
どのキャラクターが好きですか？
どのキャラクターが好きですか？wait. Oh, what was this word again? 黄色い. Oh, yellow. 黄色いキャラクターが好きです. Yellow character, they say. A yellow mascot, they say. What could they be referring to? A yellow mascot. I also just looked up mascot in my dictionary and it says mascotto. Really? Okay. All right. There's a deep dive here. I feel like that means Duo might actually be doing two forms of interpretation here. There's like a subtlety between character and mascotto. I don't know.
どのショーを見ましょうか？
Mimashouka, first time or watch. どのショーは見ましょうか? Which show should we watch? Or see? Duolingo doing Duolingo things. See instead of
見
watch.
ましょうか？
Works either way. It's fine. Which show should we see? That's kind of a tongue twister. Only W's and S's. We could even increase it. Which wonderful silent show should we see? I could add so many to this. Which silent show we should we willingly see? Secretly see. You could add secretly. Which wonderful silent show should we willfully oh no, but we can put more we's. Anyways.
ライオンのショーを見ましょうか。
Google image searching, I get a bunch of Mario, Minions, Sanrio, Doraemon. Yeah, Doraemon. Doraemon. Oh, I was expecting Doraemon, but Doraemon? Really? And some birds that are mascots for chocolate candy. Huh. Doraemon. I'm curious. What is Doraemon? I was expecting Doraemon. Or maybe it's Doraemon. Huh. Is that how you spell it? I was thinking Doraemon with the E? Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess that's Doraemon. 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 He's really cute. Doraemon is super cute. It's classic. Very classic. Yeah, Doraemon. Yeah, Doraemon. Doraemon. I've always called it what is it? Doraemon. No, I'm just kidding. I think most of the time it was like Doraemon. Doraemon, the English pronunciation, I suppose. Doraemon. Doraemon. Cute, classic. Very cute.
ライオンのショーを見ましょうか。
Lion? Oh, are you bringing back Lion?
ライオンライオンのショーを見ましょうか。ショー
Oh, 見ましょうか。
見ましょうか。
The Lion Show. Lion no show. Lion no show を見ましょうか。
キャラクターのショーを見ましょうか。
キャラクターのショーを見ましょうか。Should we see the mascot show? I don't know about mascot anymore. しょっぱい。
しょっぱい。
しょっぱい。Ah, it's going up. しょっぱい。カップケーキ。
カップケーキ。
豚肉。
キャラクター。キャラクター。
キャラクター。
キャラクター。Oh man, I keep thinking it's Kirakta or Kyakta. I'm not sure about
キャ
that.
ラクター。
Kirakta. I mean, I get it. It's the to yeah. Yeah. Kyakta. Character.
Cow.
All I can say is cow. I'll show you a cow. Ima something. Mimashoka. Mimashoka? Mimashoka? What should we watch? Wait, what's going on here? What is this? Ima what? Wa Shirima wait. Shirima Shoka. Okay, Shirima Shoka. Wait. And then we have Yoimashoka. Yoimashoka. Suwarimashoka. And Oyogimashoka. 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 That's one. That's a little. This is run. Oh, yeah, sorry, what? Hashirima Shoka. Run. Read. Start.
座りましょうか。
Should we start now? Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, like, what should we start now? Okay, I mean, sure. Oh, sit. Oh my gosh, it's sit. What am I thinking of? What is the word for, oh, not start. What is the word for end? Owari? Yeah. Owaru? Owayu? Owari? Okay, okay. Yeah, Owari? Okay. Yeah, I got Owari mixed up with Suwari. Okay. That's why it's so confusing there. Okay. Okay.
魚
Yu-Gi-Oh!
授業
コーラ
Shimon. Shimon.
質問
Shimon. Second Shimon. And Kiroi.
黄色い
Kiroi. You get Suwari and Sawari confused too much? Dude, I just sat on my face there. It took me so long. I was like, wait, start? Yeah. The feeling's mutual, Lotus. The feeling's mutual. Which show should we see?
どの
Don't know. Show.
章を
Oh. 見ましょうか
見ましょうか。
見ましょうか
この
この
キャラクター
キャラクターの
顔
顔
は
は
か
かわ
わいい
いいですね。Okay.
S サイズをください。
Are you serious? S size. It doesn't even have a
S サイズ
translation.
をください。
It doesn't even have a translation. Like when you hover over it,
ください。
nothing comes up. S size. This one's actually used all the time. Oh my gosh. S size. Okay. No translation, man. A small kudasai. Oh, kudasai. I mean, a small, please. I was saying a small, and I'm like saying kudasai. It's like, why do I not find kudasai down here? Where's kudasai? And I'm like, I mean, please. It took me a while to register that I'm not looking for kudasai. I'm looking for please. S saizu. A saizu o kudasai. Okay.
S サイズはいくらですか
S saizu. Oh my gosh. Wait.
S サイズ
S saizu. Okay.
S サイズ
Okay.
S サイズはいくらですか S サイズは
Wa ikura desu ka?
いくらですか
Okay.
L サイズをください
L size. No translation? No translation. That's just it. It's like, if you don't understand this, go learn English. L size. L size o kudasai. A large, please. Okay. L size wa blank des. I was looking for not any of these words. L size wa
1000円
1000 yen desu? Really? That's how much it's cost. Like, it's saying how much it costs. There's no way mokuyobi and eigo makes absolutely bonkers sense. And then Nagoya makes absolute. Are you serious? This is the clue? I guess it's an item, so it's a cost. Fair enough. We should buy more eggs. Motto tamago o kaimashou. What's my scale for how much in N is worth? I used to still use the 0.001. You know, 0.001, 1 to 100, but now I use 120 to 1 for USDs, if that's what you mean. So 120 to 1. Wait, did I get this backwards? Oh, wait. Oh. It's actually even lower now. Yeah. Yeah, it's really low. I didn't even know it dropped that far. Wait, Japan's not doing very hot. I had no idea it dropped so far. Right now it's sitting at about 135. 1 to 135. Or 135 to 1. Or am I doing this wrong? Hold up. No, it is 150. Holy. What? Sorry, I forgot to convert like the other thing. 1 to 150. Okay, so I'm gonna have to adjust myself. I thought 1 to 120. 120 to 1 is good, but 150. Holy heck. I looked at the chart. Like I was looking at the conversion rate chart. The conversion rate chart dipped incredibly in the last year or two as well. Dang. But 150, huh? That's crazy. And that's crazy because to me, like, it used to be 150. Like 50 is huge. That's such a depreciation, relative depreciation, or like relative rate disparity between the USD and yen. Interesting. Good to know. 100 was so convenient though. If you know what I mean. 100 was so convenient. 150 is not too. I mean, obviously, outside of the context of what it means, what it implicates, 150 functionally is in a convenient mechanical number.
卵
Moto
卵
卵を
買いましょ
Yeah,
L サイズは少し小さいです。
yeah, 150 to 1 USD. Yeah, that's the current exchange rate. It's actually a little bit higher, or like, depending on what you're looking at, it's a little bit lower. So the exchange rate went up. It's 153 yen per USD. The times have really changed. I thought it was 120. Like, it was still like around 120, but the recent years, it's been declining quite a lot. Or the other way around, like a mix of everything. Like, relatively speaking, the disparity has increased. I don't know how that translates to buying power and all that stuff, but that's really a lot more than I thought. L サイズはちょっと小さいです。Wait, what did you just say? The large is a bit small? L サイズはちょっと小さいです。Rip body.
S サイズは200円です。S サイズ
S サイズは
200円です。
when you're used to looking at the American level, I know, right? I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but back when I was younger, I had a very unhealthy lifestyle. So I was incredibly underweight, like excessively underweight, due to my lack of focus on like eating properly and all that, because of all the work I do generally. it was very, very difficult to find pants. Like, so there's a gap between the biggest kid size and the smallest adult size. And that gap is between 27 and 29 waist size in inches. Sorry, inches. I think that's inches, right? I'm pretty sure that's inches. So it's not an issue anymore because now I'm like 30, 31, 32. But back in the day, man. And so it would be like a kid's large versus an adult's small. And then what's even worse about that is people's height is averaged to someone's waist size. So when you get like a adult small, the pants is too long. The pants is too small, and then if you get a kid's large, the pant legs are too short. And my sister had the same issue because she's, well, Asian female. You have length, height, and like waist size like differences. However, it's no longer the case anymore. It was when we were younger. Nowadays, like sizes are quite a bit more eclectic, and there are very like specific keywords that allow you to find different types of fitting. But anyways, I remember small being a Dixie cup. True. those little like wax Dixie cups. Like I still remember those old school wax Dixie cups. Like they kind of had like this wax, what you call it, like a wax coating around. I'm not sure if the whole thing is wax, because classically it looked like a small Dixie cup. I don't know what cups are like anymore, because nowadays we use like metal containers, right? Metal containers or paper containers, and they come in various sizes and what nowadays, so it's completely non-standardized. And then when I think of drinking containers, it's usually like renewable or reusable containers mostly. Rarely do Dixie cups ever come into the conversation. Dixie cups. Now it's all about those red Solo cups, right? I don't even know what the sizes of red Solo cups are. I know they make them in different sizes and shapes. I don't know what's considered a small and what's considered a large.
S サイズは200円です。
If anyone is a connoisseur of Solo cups, they can tell me the milliliter volume and I'd be okay with that. You know, like the small size, I don't know, maybe 100 mils, 200 mils. So help me, if you give me cups, I'm gonna virtual slap someone if they say, well, a small Solo cup is the size of a cup. Waka waka. I'm gonna virtual slap you into your storage closet. You know?
すみません。
Don't you dare.
L サイズはいくらですか？
I'm on to you. I'm on to that person waiting to jump on a dad joke. Like, how much does a red Solo cup hold? A cup. Haha. No. すみません. L サイズは Wait, is it L? Can I hear
す
you?
みません。L サイズはいくらですか？
Lサイズ。L サイズはいくらですか？ L サイズは500円です。That's cheap. What the heck?
バニラが大好きです。
What are you buying? What large size? Vanilla. Okay. Vanilla, I mean, I suppose we had chocolato. Chocoretto. Yeah, chocoretto. I meant gotta have vanilla. Vanilla. Vanilla ga daisuki desu. Okay. Vanilla ga daisuki desu. I know someone very well that can get behind this phrase. That's probably all they say most of the time. When it comes to flavor, vanilla ga daisuki desu. Period. And not a fan of chocoretto. Okay. Vanilla.
すみません、バニラはいくらですか？
How much does it cost, my friend? Vanilla wa 200 yen desu. Now I'm just imagining what could cost 200 yen. That's vanilla.
好きな味は何ですか？
Aji? The closest thing we had was kaji, which are chores.
味。
Flavor? Aji, okay. It's not fura, what could it be? Furaboru. Flavor? No, that doesn't work. Flavor. Nah, it's too hard. Yeah, aji works. 好きな味は何ですか? What's your favorite flavor? この味はとても美味しいですね。美味しいですね。Okay.
チョコミントは好きですか?
チョコミント。Okay, I can get behind that. チョコミントは好きです。好きですか? 好きですか? チョコミント。チョコミントは好きですか? Do you like sweet mint? Do you like, oh my gosh, chocolate chip mint chocolate chip? Wait, does it matter? I'm so curious. I don't want to test it. I'm too tired today. I'm not gonna test for science. Chocolate chip mint versus mint chocolate chip. Chocominto. Chocominto. はいいですか?
チョコミント。
好きな味はチョコミントです。
好きな味はチョコミントです。チョコミントです。My favorite flavor is, oh my gosh, mint chocolate chip. I'm talking to my friend in Japan and she said ramen is about 800 yen and all you can eat sushi was 2,500 yen for 2 people. So about $5, yeah, for ramen and $17 for all you can eat sushi. Yeah, I know. I almost feel like going, yeah, that sounds some sauciness. Crazy. Is your favorite flavor vanilla? Oh, that's an interesting phrasing. I guess we're using ski though. Okay. Hmm.
好きな
好きな味
味
味
か
が、oh,
か
好きな味
は
は
バ
バ
ニラ
ニラ
か
が好きです。好きですか? No, wait. Really?
かですか
Oh, you can get away. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. That's a really direct and bold. This is a really bold statement. But not quite. It feels like a very bold statement. Hiki na aji wa vanilla desu ka? Vanilla desu ka? Wait.
バニラ好きな味
Uh-oh. Dang it! Okay.
チョコミント
Chocominto. I thought about it for too long. Chocominto wa
はちょ
chotto.
っと
Okay, fine. Hmm.
好きな
好きな
味
味
は
は
バニラ
バニラ
です
ですか? Okay. Okay.
午後1時に会いましょ
How do I screw this up? Oh, I tap 3. Bogo 1時に会いましょう. Sadly, my Oshinoko manga was $13 per book, so there's something funny going on here. That is something funny going on there. 13 bucks for your manga? I can already imagine Indy right now. Before Indy goes to Fujisan, he would bring, like, on the way to the airport, right? He would bring, like, pay for 3 empty carry-ons, and then basically those empty carry-on, like, not empty carry-ons, so like checked luggage, just so that he can bring back an equivalent amount of that checked baggage extra cost in savings for manga, especially Oshinoko manga. You like split the difference, like, okay, if I check an empty luggage, that's like okay, so that's like 15 bucks, all right? Like I don't know what, sorry, I haven't traveled in a long time, but maybe like 30 bucks for like check bag. But how much savings can I save that much in if I fill it up with just manga from Japan? Like, how can I split the cost? Can I save money by bringing on an empty in empty luggage and just putting all the manga in that bag round trip and save that money and still get all the manga from Japan? I that sounds so heavy. It's probably still not that. You wouldn't be able to save that weight, but still, that's kind of funny. Or at least that's the thought that I have in my head. We should meet at 3 p.m. No, 1 p.m. I almost did it again. Okay.
好きな味はバニラですか？
入場料はいくらですか？
Oh no.入場料。いや、入場料はいくらですか？Okay. The admission is the admission fee. Oh, how much is the admission fee? ライオン
ライオン
のショーは何ですか？何時ですか？
つまらない美術館。
つまらないSay that 8 billion times more. Okay. つまらない美術館つまらない美術館 Hey.
つま
Boring.
らない。
Art museum. They didn't even go with Hakutsukan. No, Hakutsu. Oh my gosh. Haku. Butsukan. Butsukan. Ohayo gozaimasu. Genki desu ka? That's good to hear. Hello, hello.
このゴーカートは少しつまらないですね。
You're gonna watch me trip over these words for quite some time.
このゴーカートは少しつまらないですね。
Don't make me say it. Okay.
この
Okay.
このゴーカートは少しつまらないですね。ゴーカートは少し
I lost the adjective?
このゴーカートは少しつまらないですね。つまらないですね。
Okay, so このゴーカートは少しつまらないですね。
この青いキャラクターも可愛いですね。
この青い Interesting, they brought back another color. この青いキャラクターも可愛いですね。This blue mascot is cute, isn't it? Oh, Mo? Did I mow myself? It's also cute. キャラクターも可愛いですね。Oh, yeah, Indy, here's your opportunity. You guys can totally say stuff. この青いキャラクターも可愛いですね。
好きなアイスクリームの味はチョコレートです。
Okay.
きなチョ
チョコ
コレート
レート
の
の
アイス
アイスク
クリーム
リーム
は
は、あ
好きなアイスクリームの味はチョコレートです。は
oh,
アイスクリームの
wait,
好きなアイスクリームの味はチョコレートです。
味、
味
の味
は
は、チョコレートで。
です
OK,
好きなアイスクリームの味はチョコレートです。
OK. あ、好きなアイスクリームの味はチョコレートです。
大人の入場料はいくらですか？
Okay. Okay. 大人の入場料はいくらですか？ Wait,
大人。
大人。Man, that's the second time 大人 came up. Okay. Yeah. 5000円です。5000円です。We had 3000. That was the exception. So, 大人の入場料。Yeah, 入場料。入場料はいくらですか？ Admission
大
fees.
人の入場料は4000円です。大人の入場料は4円、1000円です。
大人の入場料は4000円です。
大人の入場料は4000円です。
入場料は4000円です。
大人のチケットはいくらですか？
大人のチケットはいくらですか？4000円です。Okay, fair enough. What the heck is this? 山本先生。Wait, 山本先生です。What the freak? 山本 Okay.
子供の入場料は2000円です。
I totally got distracted.
子供の入場料は2000円です。
Hello there, Roberto. Hola. Bobby. Bobby? I don't know. How are you doing, Roberto?
子供の入場料は2000円です。
Oh.
子供の入場料は2000円です。入場料
は
2000円です。の 子供の入場料は
Oh.
2000円です。
Kodomo, kids. Kodomo no nyujo, nyujo wa 2000 yen desu. Yeah, kodomo, kids. Ah. I see, Roberto. I see. Oh, kanji time. Let's see if we can find new kanji that we notice. Let's do this one.
木曜日
Whoops. Let's see if we can notice the subtle difference. Oh yeah, this is so much flatter.
木曜日
Less curves.
木曜日
The side curves are
木曜日
less curvy.
木曜日
土曜日
Okay. 水曜日。土曜日。
火曜日
何曜日。
何曜日
月曜日。
土曜日
水曜日。Wait.
水曜日
Okay.
水曜日
Hello?
日
Why are they sticking?
土曜日
Ah! Why is it so bright? Oh my gosh, those lines are really thick too. They're so much thicker. Sorry. Well.
曜日
水曜日
Wow, they made these lines so much thicker too.
金曜日水曜日何曜日土曜日月曜日
Okay. Alright.
卵
Tamago. I said tamago again. Tamago.
卵
Oh, this.
卵
I don't think this changed, though. Oh, it's flatter. Oh, wait, no. This part, I'm not sure if that
Tamago.
part is flatter.
卵
No, I think it's pretty much the same. Yeah, it's still pretty much the same.
卵
卵
卵
They're fatter. Everything's fatter.
卵
Yeah, it's fatter. The lines are thicker. Sakana.
さ
魚
魚
Fatter. Yeah, all the lines are just fatter.
魚
Oh, and this is shifted.
魚
Oh, this part is smaller. The middle
Sakana.
part. The middle part is smaller now.
魚
What the heck?
魚
Yeah, the top stroke is further to the left.
魚
魚
Yep.
魚
魚
魚
魚
Okay. Fair
Get
enough.
more with Su-
Yes, we know.
木
Okay.
木曜日
木曜日
So thick.
木曜
木曜日
So thick.
木曜日
木曜日
木曜
木曜日
木曜日
Let's look up here. I want to know if any of these are thicker. Oh, this is definitely different. Yon is definitely different.
4
Yeah. Oh my
Yon.
gosh, that left stroke is so different now.
4
4
What the heck? It's so far down.
Yon.
The
Yon.
90-degree angle is
Yon.
pretty sharp too.
4
It's boxier as well. Nihon. Yeah, Nihon. Oh, let's see. Which one? Nihon?
日本
日本
Boxier. It's boxier.
日本
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 It kind of gets wider on the bottom. What else we got? Haha. Sure.
母
Oh yeah, that is so much sharper. What the heck?
母
Holy angles. Oh
Haha.
my gosh, that's so different. What the heck angles?
母
It's so
Haha.
different.
母
Haha.
母
Okay. That is, I need to get used to that. That is really different.
日本、
日本
日本
日本日本
日本
日本
日本。
日本。
日本
Let's try some of these. G? How's G different? Hachi, sure. G, sure. Not a writing exercise. G.
20、
7、
8、
5、
じ、
Okay.
じ、
8、
じ、
Okay.
G,
G, 5、 7、
6、
6、
8、8、
I kind of
8、
pause on 6、
6、
4、
2
G,
じ、
G、8。Okay. Sure.
9時、4、じ、6、8、
Okay. Go again. Fuji. Whoops. I hit 8.
9時。
Mistakes were made. Whoa!
Fuji.
Holy!
9時
Oh my gosh, that is so angular.
Fuji.
What the?
富士
9時。
Wow. Holy. Okay. I
9時、
wasn't ready for that. They really changed that up. Holy.
9時
Let's see that again. What the?
9時
9時
Okay.
9時
9時
9時。
9時。
It's so sharp. Okay.
8、
All right, Hachi. Let's see if Hachi is any different. Hachi.
8。
Oh, okay.
Hachi.
Oh, Hachi is leaned
Hachi.
off. This is the Hachi that I'm more
Hachi.
used to.
8
Not the like the super curvy inflection
Introducing.
one. Okay, that's fine. Hachi is actually closer to what I'm used to.
日本、
Okay. Oops.
本、
Okay. Hon,
本、母、
haha,
中山、
Nakayama,
日本、
Nihon,
東京、
Tokyo.
本、
Okay.
日本
Okay.
に、本、
本
山口、母、
haha,
本、
Hon,
中山、
Nakayama,
日本、
Okay. Sure. Okay. Chichiji.
7時
Okay. It's this one's
Ji.
actually more angled. What the heck?
じ
It looks
Chiji.
funky now. It doesn't line up.
7時
Dang.
7時
7時。
It's okay. It's definitely
Ji.
different. So pretty much everything is
Chiji.
different. Very subtly. A lot of them are subtle and some of them
Ji.
are extreme. There are some that are extreme. So thick. What the heck?
10
Did they change? Did they change
Jew.
Jew as well? Ah,
Jew.
no, it's about the same.
11、
Oops.
11、
10、
11、
Could they change this too? Alright, let's go down here. Okay, Mizu changed. Yeah, Mizu definitely changed.
水、
Yeah, oh, these are sharp. Oh, okay,
水、
very sharp.
水、
水、
Oh, that is so sharp. What the heck?
水、
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 Okay, Yaku. Sorry, I'm doing this for 15 minutes, so I'm not gonna be reading chat until 15 minutes later. But hopefully,
100、
how sharp is this? Oh, I kind of like this though.
100、
Oh, it's kind of girthy.
100、
This bottom part
100.
is stockier.
100、
I kind of like this
100.
one better than the curved one.
100、
They really find this one out too. It's kind of stalky. Oki? Okay. I bet Oki is
Oki.
symmetrical now. Yeah, it's even more symmetrical.
大きい、
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 大きい、大きい、
大きい、
As it should, I suppose. And Hurui. How's Hurui chained?
古い、
Eh, not so much. It's a little
Hurui.
shorter.
Hurui.
Shorter
古い、
古
vertically.
い、
古い、古い、
古い、
Introducing
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, we got Hurui.
Hurui.
again. Okay.
古い、
古い、
古い、古い、
古い、
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 Alright. Let's try these ones. Ooh. Kaimas. I need to know how this changed. Is it even more toxic? Even straighter? Oh my gosh, it's so thin.
買います、
買います、
It's boxier
買います、
and it's stockier. Holy moly, it's really
買います
stocky.
買います。
I
買
can
い
get
ます。
behind this.
買います。
I can definitely get
買いま
behind
す。
this.
買います、
買い
Oh,
ます、
they're so flat.
買います、
買います。
So got more time left.
土曜日に土曜日土
Oops.
曜日日曜日土曜日
土曜日11時12時日曜日
日本日曜日日曜日7時京都土曜日日曜日半土曜日土曜日日本日曜日土曜日
3時半
1時半日曜日 日、
Yeah.
曜、
They don't correct for position, so it's weird.
買います。日曜日、10時、
Whoops.
10時、12、土曜
Let's see if we can pick up one of these. Nomimasu.
Nope.
Okay. Nomimasu. Let's see how Nomimasu looks.
飲みます。
Ooh. That hat part is different.
飲みま
It's okay.
飲みま
This
す
part, this stroke is actually a little bit more convenient.
飲みます。
Yeah, it's so flat
飲み
now.
ます。
It's not at a slight incline. Like
飲みます。
there, where it shows there. It's straight
飲みま
across.
す
Huh.
飲みます。飲みます。
Yeah, I'm still pulling as far as I typically do. Oh, I'm a little
Nomima-
high on that one. Okay, that's the end of 15 minutes. Let me read. Ooh. Oh, okay. Hello. I read Fierin and Oshinoko and oh, you asked Mampuku about manga. Ura desu ka? Oh, you're asking how much it is. We can read some manga on app for free. Koko wa on official app. It is also fun to listen to the streamer's native English pronunciation. Dudes, that's what I'm here for. Native English pronunciations. Wait till I mess up wait till I mess up some more. I think is it fun in the sense of it's entertaining, or do you find it pleasureful? Like what is it? I didn't get to the story yet. No, Hideyoshi. I do not. I don't know when story starts. Hey, Indy. When does the story start? When does the story start? Nope, didn't get to it yet. And then we're gonna try to do these 5 lessons. 5 lessons before the day's over. I gotta focus. Okay. Imoto mo manager desu. Yeah. Manager. Yeah, manager desu. Imoto-san. No, just Imoto. Just kidding. No, not even Imoto. Sorry, Ane. Ane mo manager desu. Yes.
マネージャーの仕事はどうですか？
Okay.
マネージャーは
仕事 and I lost the rest. Oh, maybe it's
の
マネージャーの仕事はどうですか？
マネージャーの仕事はどうですか？
Okay. マネージャーの仕事はどうですか？
会社は小さいです。
They are books. There are books on the path. Oh, I see a book symbol. 会社は小さいです。The company is small. Okay.
時々カフェで仕事します。時々カフェで
仕事します。
仕事します。時々カフェで仕事します。
時々カフェで仕事をします。私はマネージャーです。いつもはよく、いつも早く仕事に行きます。
仕事？
私はマネージャーです。いつも早く仕事に行きます。
よくうちで仕事します。
OK。
よく。
something で。
よくうちで仕事します。
Oh。
うち。で。
What？
よくうちで仕事します。
Oh。
仕事します。よくうちで仕事します。
Oh, I work at home. Interesting. I often work at home. From home. You have to go? Take care. Take care, Mampuku. Good luck with your day. Good luck with your day. Alright, I need to rest my old eyes for a bit. I'm gonna lay down on my bed. Old eyes. Old eyes, Indy? Give me a break. Fucking spring chicken. 90s kids are the worst. Ugh. 90s kids are the worst. Heckin' Indy. 90s kids are the best. Engineer の仕事はどうですか？
の仕事？
毎日仕事します。
毎日仕事します。I work every day.
エンジニアの仕事はどうですか？
エンジニアのことはどうですか？大変です。Okay, with a smile on his face.
よく同僚と昼ご飯を食べます。
よく同僚と昼ご飯を食べます。Okay. So, I often eat lunch with coworkers. I often, with, I guess, my coworker. I suppose that's implied.
同僚。
No. Wait. Yellow? Wait.
会社の仕事はどうですか？
会社の仕事はどうですか？本当に忙しいです。
よく
同僚と昼ご飯を食べます。
よくどこで仕事しますか？よく
どこで仕事します。
仕事しますか？よくどこで仕事しますか？
よくどこで仕事をしますか？ How's work as a manager?
マ
マネー
ネージャー
ジャーの仕事
仕事
はどうですか？
どうですか？
会社は今忙しいです。
会社は今忙しいです。The company is busy now. Sure. 会社の同僚は優しいです。
会社の同僚
は
優しいです。
同僚はとても優しいです。
同僚はとても優しいです。
Oh, I guess now they want 私の。You can still probably submit. They'll probably take 同僚はとても優しいです。Probably as well. If you rush kanji, will it replace them in sentences earlier? If you rush kanji, will they? No, it will not. If you skip all the lessons, then they will. Or like the lessons are independent of the kanji. So you have to unlock the kanji in the lessons to get the kanji. I'm not sure what happens if you if you have a blanket course and you skip all the way to section 5. I don't know if all the kanji just unlocks from there. No idea. The only way I gain access to kanji if it shows up in a lesson. So I don't know what happens if you... Oh, Blue might be able to answer that question. I don't know if Blue sped run this, so they reset the course and whatnot. I don't know. Blue might be able to answer it. I don't know if you like skip to section 5. That means all the other ones are not locked anymore. But kanji is not accessible until you hit the lesson that they're in. For me, since I'm learning them chronologically. I haven't skipped any because I can't, or I won't be able to. So no idea. No idea.
毎日
毎日図書館毎日図書館に行きます。
漫画を翻訳します。
漫画を翻訳します。
翻訳します。
はい。
翻訳です。
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 どんな本を翻訳しますか？
どんな本を翻訳しますか？What kind of books do you translate? 明日新しい辞書を買いましょう。Or 買います works. Whoops, it should. 買います。明日新しい辞書を買います。
明日新しい辞書を買います。
どんな辞書を使いますか？
どんな辞書を買います。Wait.
どんな辞書を使いますか？
使いますか？ What kind of dictionary do you use? Okay. You also translate.
Game.
Okay. Okay, game も
翻訳します。
翻訳します。
か。
Well, that's an interesting structure. With the English, how the English works. Huh. Do you translate video games? No, Nintendo will sue me. Do you translate video games? No, Nintendo will sue you. I mean, Nintendo kind of translates most things anyways. 翻訳の仕事はとても what? Yes. 大変 Okay, 大変 works. カフェに行きます。カフェで Wi-Fi を使います。Okay. Fair enough. Nintendo. Right here. They gave you Bengal sheep before that sentence though? I 日本の
ゲーム
も翻訳します。図書館に行きます。図書館で Yes. 図書館で仕事します。
ケンさん、翻訳家の仕事はどうですか？
ケンさん、翻訳の仕事しますか？ケンさん、翻訳の仕事しますか？大変です with the ellipses. Fair enough. どうですか？ケンさん、let me see. 翻訳の仕事 is 翻訳の仕事はどうですか？大変です。図書館に行きます。図書館で辞書を使います。
翻訳家はよく辞書を使います。翻訳家はよく辞書を使います。翻訳家？翻訳家はよく辞書を使います。は、辞書を使います。よく。翻訳家はよく辞書を使います。
翻訳家はよく辞書を使います。
毎日辞書を使います。
毎日辞書を使います。辞書を使います。 You know, oh no, Indy's not here. I'm not sure what this is. I've always wondered if you have a native language, right? If you have a native language that is coming from a monocultural conformity language, do you hear things much like other people hear things in their native language? So for example, I always thought about this. Maybe I'll find some documentation or some anecdote things. So a lot of times when people talk about, you know, using English, if you, whatever your native language is, let's just say a native language, right? Your native language. And oftentimes when you're learning a secondary language, the biggest comment that happens subconsciously, a lot of times they refer to as it subconsciously, as in you hear, the native person hears something early on with respect to their native language from the secondary language. So a lot of times people can say like, oh, I'm saying and hearing this. And then someone from the secondary language says, well, you are hearing it differently for a while and saying it differently, because someone just, you know, it's my thought that came to mind when this person dropped in and say it's fun to listen to an English speaker speak Japanese, right? I imagine the fun is more like omoshiroi fun. So for me, I started thinking like, what if you're coming from a monocultural place, which is Japanese. So 99% of the population is like native Japanese is 99% in a single pop, right? What if they want to hear, so now it's not talking about the Japanese that I'm speaking, but they want to hear because they know the person they're listening because they know the person they're listening to is American or like non-Japanese, basically non-Japanese. The reason why I say this is because it does happen, and it happens to me all the time, where if someone doesn't see my face, they would hear me clearly in English. However, sometimes from time to time, but it's less so in the United States because you expect English to vary in English. So when they see my face, it becomes harder to hear what I'm saying. So my question really is oh wait, oh Indy, you're still here. I thought you were resting your eyes. So I don't know if it's happened just now, but a lot of times when people, like for example, this happens to me even with my English, right? And it happens to other people who are great at Japanese, and even if they're half Japanese, if they don't look Japanese, sometimes people don't hear the Japanese, right? Even if they're speaking it. So the question here is, much like we're all human, if we're used to expecting something, does it affect what you hear and how you say it? Because like a native speaker who is going to learn a secondary language, oftentimes we have to get over that idea of like, oh, we need to practice quite a lot and expose ourselves, because when we hear something and we say something, we have to get used to hearing the new thing and speak the new thing and not hearing the thing that we're used to. But the secondary person, like if you take a native speaker of the target language, right? The target language, and if they're listening to a different native speaker learning the secondary language, are they doing the same thing? As in, oh, you know, it's fun to hear my language, or like the native language I have spoken by another person, are they legitimately hearing what they want to hear from the person? As in, if they knew I was American, would they hear American enunciation because they're focused on the idea that the person is American or English speaking? Because specifically, the person that stopped by wrote English. But the reality is, I'm not just a native English speaker. So the question is it interesting because they were focused on hearing my English pronunciation of Japanese? Or do they know that because I speak English, I have to sound a certain way? Because I'm not just a native English speaker. Like, what I mean is my enunciation and stuff isn't just English. So the question here is, I'm curious how much of that, if someone didn't come with an expectation, would they be able to pick up on it? The reason why I say this is it's not a bad or a good thing. When you're really focused on what you want to hear, you can hear it more than if you don't know what you're listening for. So a lot of times, I've always wondered, and it's not about me saying this correctly. I'm saying, is it even possible for me to say these things if someone is listening for the accent? If you know what I mean. And in this case, it's a country of origin that where 99% of the population are native speakers to this place. English doesn't have that. It's a double standard. English doesn't have that because I listen for what accent they have. Not I listen for the accent I expect them to have. As in, oh, this person speaks English, then I know what accent to expect. When I go and listen as a native English speaker, I don't listen for what I expect to hear. I listen to find out what accent they have. So you're talking about stuff like when I listen to a Japanese person, am I listening for a certain accent, or it'll be familiar for what I'm hearing? Yeah. So in the reverse. So for example, like so like if we're English speakers, right? And we go and listen to a Japanese person speak English, are we trying to hear a Japanese accent did English? So then we're hyper focused on, does this person sound like a Japanese person who's speaking a Japanese accented English? Or do we have a tendency as English speakers to listen and try to figure out the accent? Because unlike Japanese people, in English, native speakers are the minority, right? Native speakers are the minority, not the majority. So when we go and listen to someone, we're expecting to discover whatever the accent is. It's hard to presume or focus on what to listen for. In the reverse, though, in Japanese, if you're a native Japanese speaker, you can almost 100% determine that the other person is unlikely to be, unless they are Japanese, right? So it's a really huge distinction. You're either a native Japanese speaker or you find someone, right, online. So much like English and maybe Arabic, right, Hideyoshi, I think for me, it's very normal when I go and listen to someone, even Japanese or Mexican or whatever have you, I don't actually know what accent they're going to have. Because everyone in English, if you go around, even native English speakers can't really have a consistent accent. So I'm always kind of curious. And it's not like they're coming by and saying, oh, does this guy sound like he's being taught the Kanto accent or the Kansai accent? Or No, you see what I mean? So I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Is it because everyone can hear the accent because they're focused on what it sounds like? Because I don't know if my Japanese accent will sound the same as a Texan accent. As in, for example, in the you and I, if we spoke Japanese and we had like the same amount of training and thing, I don't know if your English accent for Japanese is the same as my English accent for Japanese. Although when a Japanese person comes and sees an English speaker, are they listening for the same thing? Or are they so exposed that they understand that several different English speakers might actually have different English Japanese accents? Kind of a weird thought. I just thought about this right now because it's kind of nice when someone says, I suppose it's fun to listen to English. Yeah. Arabic is when you listen for the accent because you wonder who trained this person. Yeah, who trained this person. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm worried about that. I don't know if my Japanese will still sound Southern because my ears are trained to hear Southern pronunciation, so my Japanese surely has a bit of that in there. If a Japanese person speaks to you in a Texan accent, you laugh at the absurdity of the Texan. No, I would not. I would actually love it. So that's incredibly presumptuous. That is a statement that comes from someone who is monocultural. That's what I'm emphasizing. So in Japan, when you listen for something, it's because 99% of them speak a certain way. As in, like, closely a certain way. I don't come from a background like that. That's why I'm asking the question. If a person speaks Texan English, I would ask them, how did you manage a Texan accent? I would be absolutely enamored by it. It would be fascinating. It wouldn't be absurd, because I don't think it's absurd for anyone to have a different accent in English. And not only that, on top of that, I'm multicultural. So I expect people to have different accents. I don't expect them to have a certain accent. Or like a Boston accent, that's fine. My young aunt has a British accent. She has a mix of a British accent and a New Yorker accent. So it's before you like swing the whole, if a Japanese person speaks to me with a Texan accent and I'd be floored, that's different. I expect people to have different accents. I don't expect them to have a specific accent. Turnus has heard my talk. Oh, Turnus has heard you talk using Japanese. They seem to be able to understand me. I don't know where Turnus is from though. I see. Yeah, I have no idea where Turnus is from either. They're very passionate learning from anime and manga. So Turnus seems to be really into that. But before we summarize this stuff, I do not have the traditional expectations. I can't speak for other people, but for me, I do not come from a monocultural background. So to expect someone, like if I listen to indie, I'm not going, even if he told me he's from Texas and all that stuff about learning Japanese, I don't know what that sounds like. Like I don't hyper focus on something. There's no archetype to listen for. What helps me with Japanese a lot of times is I choose an accent, to train on, and then I focus everything around that accent. So that helps me focus on the little intricacies of the Japanese. It works the same way around the other way too. So if someone sees an American and they think the American is speaking American English, then the question is, are they listening for the American accent or are they actually hearing the American accent? like much like it's hard for someone to acquire a second language, right? Because sometimes when you hear yourself say something, you might kind of be hearing something else because you're used to it. Well, the person also listening in has biases as well. So the first thing I know for sure is that I haven't met this person too much, but maybe briefly, and they immediately said my English accent. Well, I have a Fujianese accent too. So, did they pick up the Fujianese accent? Yeah, I know the pronunciation. I'll try to make sure it's all my own sound. Yeah, like I do. You already noticed that I do, right? Indeed, like whenever you say the thing about the cutting out the K's and stuff, like the moment you mention it, is like, man, I cut out the Q's. You talk like a funny, or so. It's so fascinating. I haven't thought about this. Okay. The reason why is, a lot of people talk about Anime Man, right? Sorry, shout outs to him. Like, I really like what he does. It's fantastic. But he talks a lot about stories where, like, if people see him, they don't think they think not Japanese, right? So you hear that a lot, right? The whole like story, like, oh, if they see him, they're like, wow, you're, when he speaks Japanese, like, wow, your Japanese is so good. It's like, yeah, that's because he's part Japanese. That's the thing I'm talking about. So, for example, when I'm on a phone, or when people are talking to me across like a mic, like a voice chat, immediately they're fine. They're just fine. Like, okay, like, this is some American guy, right? But the moment they see my face and see what I look like, they're expecting something else. So then what they do is they would say like, oh yeah, you say this weird. You say this weird. And like, are you sure that's how you say this stuff? Like the moment that happens, that's what I mean by, do people hear better? Maybe they hear better. Maybe I do have an accent. I don't know. Or they're hearing what they want to hear and they're not actually having problems. It's like the perception of having the problem. So I've always wondered that. And it happens a lot to someone who speaks something that they don't look like. Only it's not the same the other way around. This is a one-way streak. If you are born, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion, this is a little bit hot. If you're born multicultural, and if you're born monocultural, like strongly monocultural, it's not a bad or a good thing. What I'm saying is the perspective doesn't go both ways. Because here, you're always living in more than one environment. And here, you're living in a homogeneous environment. So there are lots of good rules, consistencies, specialties. Like what I mean is, if you live in a monocultural environment, often the expectation is the native language that you've acquired is exceptional. It's incredibly great. In a lot of the cases here, the stereotype, and Dogen did mention this, that like when they evaluate each other, like all the influencers in Japanese, usually one of the language, usually one of the languages take a back seat. Because it's very difficult to juggle both. But on rare occasions, people do retain both their accents, as in both their speaking proficiencies. And obviously, Anime Man and the like are the exception. But for me, Fujianese is my second tongue. But it has no like formal schooling. Like I can't school in that. However, if you talk to me, it's fine. The question is this person hearing in English? And can they tell I have another accent? Or am I just that good? I suppose. I don't think I'm that good. There's no way I'm masking my other accent. I don't even consciously do that. Perhaps. I don't know. Like, can someone tell? But I can tell you one thing. When someone sees me, like sees my face, they immediately think I have a different English accent. Like, not everyone, but it happens frequently enough that they will say that I speak English weirdly. Like, there's something about my English that is different or something like that. So that's so, I wanted to, I wish I could express that in Japanese or something, like the nuance of that in Japanese. I don't think I'm subconsciously doing that, but maybe I am too. So when I go to like a Japanese streamer who's learning English, do I want to hear what I want to hear, or am I just so focused that it's easier to pick up, right? That's so fascinating. I haven't even thought about it the other way. Where have I been listening to other people speak multilingual, like interviews, like Takashi's interviews and stuff? Am I listening for the English accent? So therefore, I think they have an accent, or is it actually there because I'm so good at picking that up? So the reason why I asked that is I truly don't think I want to be fluent, nor do I think I believe I will ever be fluent in the eyes of a person who comes from a monocultural society, because you can't possibly measure up to the conditioning they have as someone who speaks really, really well and trained really, really well with a specific language, in my opinion. So just a little hot take on my end of things, because I honestly think that there are so many people who are fluent in languages, but they don't believe they're fluent in languages, because in my background, I don't expect people to be native like. As in, what I mean is, native is incredibly overrated. It causes hot take alert. Because truly, it's difficult to know, because of the human condition, whether someone is native like or not, dependent on what the person who's doing the evaluation and the person who is doing the speaking. Sometimes you can often hear what you want to hear, and that's one of the biggest struggles with acquiring a second language. And then those who give you feedback will hear what they want to hear as well. Japanese speakers who learn English on stream often take note of Hindi accents on some audio clips. Oh, interesting. Hindi. What does Hindi? I'm so fascinated now. I need to recalibrate how I interact with multilingual content, because I honestly think I have a bias, because I'm listening for accents sometimes. Like Hindi, I definitely will have two primary form of accents that I'm looking for, and Southern too, like American Southern accent. I'm hyper aware of what I'm looking for. So oftentimes it's like, oh, this person has a Southern accent, but maybe they don't, and I just think they should. There's all these like little things. I hear different accents when I listen to Japanese people, but being an English native, you never assume someone will speak how you're used to hearing it. Yeah. I believe that's why the longer you listen to someone, the better you understand them, so it's personal. Yeah. That's exactly how I'm feeling right now. It's like you know how someone would say like, oh yeah, there's no way you can understand this person, and then you go speak with their friend, right? You go speak with a friend and they don't even speak the same language, but they're like, I know what he's saying, or something. Like you get those points. Like it's so weird how this interaction works. So I honestly want to know, on Twitch, how many people feel like there's no language learning on Twitch? I know you might be saying, well, yes, there is some language learning, but the concept of language learning when you're streaming is that the people who come to your stream have expectations. And oftentimes when you're learning a language, it might not be true what those expectations are. And I have been curious why language learning hadn't taken off in a sense, because I have a feeling that when you stream and you're learning something and you're constantly interacting with people who are expecting something, then oftentimes those people don't necessarily get the feedback that kind of encourages them or motivates them, because they will often receive the thing like, oh, you sound like X, Y, and Z, but is it true? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I can tell you now that Indy, you, Lotus, and a select few out of the 40 to 50 people I've talked to so far, the only feedback I have ever gotten was that you're never going to get good enough to be a native Japanese. Like, that's the subtext. It's like, I hear all these problems with the way you speak and learn Japanese. The question is, are they actually problems, or are they problems ascribed to expectation? Just a thought. If there are some few people who always ask, I don't understand why language learning is more popular. It's kind of a communal thing online and stuff, right? Online and stuff. It's like, well, if I'm a pretty sturdy guy, I think, humbly so, I think I'm at least above average in how sturdy I am in terms of like trying to be motivated and stuff. But generally speaking, maybe in my 20s, I would have genuinely speaking, if I was in my 20s, I would give up a long time ago. I mean, like, I would give up interacting with people. I would isolate myself and learn in the privacy of my own, like the whole streaming thing, because it's generally negative feedback or dissonant feedback from those other people. And now my question is, you might benefit a lot from scrutiny. At the same time, I don't know the feedback is accurate. So that's kind of the thing. Now I'm worried if I have said anything indirectly as an observer for English. So things like, oh yeah, you know, this is what it may be said, this may, and then when I'm saying it, it might sound different, or it might be different to someone else. And I'm always curious how much impediment that is to be one or the same. I'm not suggesting that I do this very often, because my perspective is very different. I actually do expect everyone to have different English accents. If they are all the same, I would be shocked. I would be shocked when everyone has the same accent, actually. And if I go to Japan, my first culture shock is probably if I stay in Tokyo, everyone sounds like they have one accent. That would be kind of shocking to me, actually. Like, because I'm not used to that. I'm not used to hearing everyone having the same accent. My two closest friends, or like the friends that I hang out with now, one is from West Coast and one's from East Coast, and they sound dramatically different. Very dramatically different, actually. So, hey, Jamie, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. No, wait. Konnichiwa. We shouldn't do this. How are you, Jamie? I'm guilty of telling you that because I hear you speaking a different kana and that changes the word. Yeah, true. I have a Japanese streamer that I follow to train my ears on how she speaks Japanese. Interesting. Oh yeah, I know. But here's the thing about learning, right? Every time, no matter what, you're going to be expecting me to be speaking a different kana here and there because I only do the thing that makes me make mistakes. So the question is, are you expecting me to make mistakes, or are you not? At some point, like being around me, you'll probably get used to the idea that no matter what, you'll always hear me not practice things I already know. I'm always practicing things I don't know yet. So the question is, are you expecting me and you're being tolerant of me messing up my kana, or not? I guess I've already disclosed that I don't stream things with things I'm comfortable with. If I did, then they would look different. Like, for example, I could read English texts and it would be more consistent than always constantly learning new things. So it's a very different environment. I'm not doing what I know how to do. I'm always doing what I don't know how to do. So they will be naturally going to have different kana because I make errors. If I was practicing things I don't, like the kanji section, those things come rapidly, as in because they're practiced, they're well practiced. Other than that, I'm always in a situation where I don't practice. I haven't had the contextual practice. So I don't know. If you feel guilt, that's probably going to be normalized, I suppose, at some point. I don't know how often you do it. I feel a lot of people, in my opinion, are far more insecure about publicly doing anything that they haven't well rehearsed or practiced. So oftentimes, the biggest stretch for their streaming content is to be good at something. So like a person being like a professional, I don't know, like a pro esports person will play things that they're good at, not things that they're purposely bad at. They don't like the idea of retraining, in my opinion, because they invested so much time and passion into the selective skills that they have. So for me, I will be saying kana, I will be messing up kana, right? Would they change the word? I honestly think no, but you can definitely hear what you want in terms of how it changes the word. But I don't think over time I can most definitely communicate with someone and they will know what I'm saying in Japanese. Much so that I'm going to feel the same about Mandarin and Spanish. So whether I choose to always do something when I'm good at, I don't have many of those streams. I like to think I'm someone that doesn't assume that someone's going to say before they say it. I usually remind exactly what the person said with mistakes. I usually remember exactly what the person said with mistakes. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Huh. I do this like otearai. I checked the one time. I did say atearai twice. But the thing is, some of the times I did say otearai. And also, I've said otearai a lot of times already. Before atearai. I do say ane and oni and one sometimes too, instead of ane and ani. So I do hear my mistakes. However, my mistakes are not the fact that I deliberately done something habitually, because I typically do not do these things long enough to do it habitually yet, right? Actually, the downside of my approach right now is that most things are not habitual. So I haven't done anything consistently enough to develop a habit of whether beneficial or negligible. Beneficial or negative, I suppose. Like undesirable. Still, sometimes the thing I'm describing now is often when someone tells me what their problem is, I always worry if I'm looking for that problem. if you know what I mean. So instead of having someone explain to me what their problem is, I often feel I might be able to be more helpful when that person doesn't describe their problem to me. Because oftentimes I've always wondered, do I see a problem where there isn't a problem? And I've convinced myself that there is a problem. I don't know. It's a philosophical question. It's one worth considering. And I know and what I'm saying is, if you hear it, then you clearly know it, right? Like, if you know that a person is focused on pronunciation, then you know they probably picked it up. So I'm less likely to trust my own judgment because I'm less focused on pronunciation than you are. So for sure that I would most likely know that I probably said something not correct, because it's more likely me, since I haven't focused on pronunciation that much, or I tried to focus on it in a sense that as well as I can. But I wouldn't sit there and drill myself on pronunciation. Probably not. My English accent is funny though. Now I'm curious. I want to watch a YouTube video now where it has an English accent Japanese person next to a whatever you want to call it, a Japanese person, and I want to see if I can distinguish between the two. Yeah, do you assume what the answer is before they present the problem? Yeah, that's kind of a really big stickler for me. I've asked a lot of times what that is. Oftentimes when I meet a stranger, the nice thing is I don't know anything about the stranger, so that helps with the stranger. And that's usually why you don't try to become friends with someone you're trying to help. I know how that sounds when it comes to, like, if someone is really big doo-doo, big trouble, your history with that person can really affect how you're understanding the problem. So there's a mixed bag. You can have someone that knows you and then someone that doesn't know you, so you'll have two different opinions. So you aren't listening to the problem, you're already convinced that the answer to their problem is. Yeah, there is a chance that can happen. No, it's based on, so it's versus, so if someone comes to you, say this is a stranger, right? If someone comes to you and they declare a problem, that is a little bit different from, I think this person has a problem, let's investigate. So on one hand, this is going to be deduced. On the other hand, this is primed. So when someone comes to a Twitch streamer who's learning Japanese, or I'm going to watch a Twitch streamer who's learning English, the idea is you are primed. You are primed to think something, right? So when it comes to problems, why is it that 95% of my interactions with language learning community is predicated on the fact that I'm American, that I speak American English? It's so strong that it's not even apparent that I'm Asian. Just a thought, right? So what is the problem? Well, the problem is obviously I speak American English. So all my feedbacks often come from the problem of having American English as my speaking language. So that's a big leap. That's a really big leap. Even when visibly, it's so powerful. Even when visibly, that has no consideration for what I look like and stuff as well. And it's a totally fine thing, actually. So that just means my language is the predicated core of all the things versus what I look like. And that's a good and a bad thing, yes and no, right? The idea is there are lots of things you can observe about a person. And if you focus on the thing that you want to observe, then you're probably very good at it. Very good at it. Until it's dissonant. Then you also are very blind to dissonance as well. So while at the same time, there's no possibility that my background affected how I pronounce Japanese words. It's largely because I speak American English that is the culprit for the feedback. Interestingly enough, quite literally all my advice comes from the idea that I'm using Duolingo in English and that I speak English. Right. So, curious. How much does that affect the feedback? I'll tell you, for me, it's almost all the feedback. All the feedback deals with the idea that I'm English. Like, I use English. And it's interesting. And so far, most of the time when I get English feedback, I usually try to respectfully tell them that for me, it's different. So like 80% of the time, I'm going to say 15% of the time is very informative because they're spot on. But 80% of the time, I agree with them. Where like I don't have these things. Like for example, like what is the first week stuff? Ri ra do re ru? Yes. Right? That'd be something. Or I'm doing stress accent. I'm doing stress accent versus pitch accent. Don't worry, English people are bad at listening to pitch accent, so that's why they can't speak a Japanese pitch accent. The list goes on. It goes really far, but these are some of like the early ones, like within the first week. People assume I don't watch or listen to visual novels, VNs, or manga, or anime, so they advise me to watch these things and do these things. Right? People assume that I'm bad with grammar. And this one's a deep cut not because I'm British English speaker. It's because I'm an American English speaker. So I get a lot of advice on understanding grammar when for me, humbly so, I scored in the 99th percentile in grammar. And to this day, I still love grammar. So, no, it's not that. It's largely associated with the fact that American English, bad grammar. So, what are most of the... It's not that someone is saying, oh, you got it wrong. You got the grammar wrong. Because you're learning. It's often the phrase is, oh, most English speakers get this wrong. And to preface it, most American English speakers get this wrong. Most Americans flip their verb object. Most Americans have problems understanding implicit nouns or implicit subjects. Right? And then all the while, most of my conversations and digressions deal with these things. Like, we talk about these things because they're normal to me. It's fun. It's really fun. And I even try hard to find English examples of things like implicit subjects, because it does happen. It does happen in English. So, curious. Very curious. And I think I do the same. Like, being human, right? Being human, I probably naturally do that too. So, oftentimes, maybe I should consider that a distinct possibility. I could be hearing things and seeing things that I'm very passionate about, but it might be something that I'm manufacturing. I don't know. Fun. I already shared this story before. Oftentimes, when I was younger, when someone hears me, they speak their mora. We'll just use mora as a Japanese, like a Japanese reference. The mora is, say, a certain speed. When someone sees me and they talk to me, their mora goes down. Or as in, not actually, it goes up, so to speak. So everything gets longer. Everything gets longer. All the words get longer. As opposed to slowing down, or like there's a noticeable slowdown. Sometimes volume goes up. Volume goes up because we're talking about English now. And then occasionally emphasis goes up. But the stress is not because the stress is on a different syllable, is that the volume gets stressed more with the higher beat. So you notice these things a lot. If you're a person who is constantly in a situation where you speak and it doesn't meet your expectations. So much like Hideyoshi said that if I would have saw a Japanese person with a Texan accent, I would be absolutely shocked. I would be absolutely enamored. Would I be shocked? Possibly too. I would say yes, to some extent, but not to the extent that probably the person like Hideyoshi is referring to. It would be more surprised in the sense that, oh yeah, that could happen, as opposed to, whoa, that's impossible. Because if that's impossible, then I'm a walking exception. I don't want to make it so that it's weird for an Asian American to have an American accent. That's actually very normal to me. So it's really interesting. I gotta think about this. I'm gonna listen to a bunch of people and see if it's easier for me to pick up a Japanese English accent from a fluent Japanese English speaker versus, like, for example, comparing Dogen with someone who's born in Japan and lived in Japan and like nationalized in Japan, and they're fluent in English. Just so you know, the cool thing that, in my opinion, Dogen does is a lot of times when he talk about like pronunciation and stuff, right? When he talks about all of that, he actually is in contact, or he curates a person who is Japanese, who also is bilingual in English to an extreme extent. So not only does he do both himself, oftentimes when he's getting really in the nitty-gritty, he also gets an example of someone who speaks both. So he double checks himself as well when he's listening, which I really appreciate. I don't necessarily think most people do or want to do that. And it might not even matter. You know, all this stuff is tangential at best. I can tell you for certain that pretty much no one has said, oh, you're speaking about what I expect from someone who is like me, as opposed to, oh yeah, that's really funny. Like you sound, you sound very funny. Like, okay. Good thing it's fine for me. Hopefully anyone who wants to learn Japanese is fine with that too. Because I feel like at least some of my pronunciations and kana are on point and some are not, but sometimes it makes me feel like everything is off point. And I'm like, I probably strongly disagree that I would make it so complicated to understand. Anyways, we'll see. We'll see in another 6 months or so, right? Still got a long ways to go. Okay. I use a dictionary to... Oh, I use a dictionary every day. No kidding.
Manga.
Manga 翻訳します。翻訳します。
翻訳します。
I forgot the O.
よく。
よく
図書館。
図書館に行きますか? Oh, don't give me that. よく図書館図書館に行きますか? You forgot the O also? Oh, heck can show you an O. You watch Xiao Ma at all, Indy? You ever watch Xiao Ma at all? I always... So, here's the thing, right? I love when people grind, people like are endless. Nope, you're very busy. Okay. So, there's something so endearing about people who stick to their craft, right? Stick to their craft. And it's been so long since I've stuck to something. But just to give you an idea, every person, every like influencer that I've come across that are like maybe like a gold standard, right? The ones that have very thriving communities and very proactive and stuff. So the language that they chose to build their careers on, they have over 10 years of experience. And then even more so, 5 additional years in which they breeze over because it's ups and downs, right? And it's absolutely mind-boggling how people who watch these influencers could attempt to translate their experiences into things that take 1 month, like 2 months. And this hustle is so real in language learning. It's so real. I feel like a lot of times I'm fighting an uphill battle against people who think you can complete language learning. If you know what I mean. Like phrases like how to become fluent. The idea that even the notion that you have an end goal as a way to advise people is mad. It's almost maddening to me. Like it's not like I'm gonna learn Japanese and stop. Like it's not something to be completed. You don't in my opinion, it's so alien to me to think that you complete something once you become fluent. Like this isn't an endpoint discussion. It's a what are you doing now discussion. Are you having fun? Do you like sounding like an American person speaking Japanese? Because I don't really care. Like in my opinion, like if I continue to sound like this for the rest of my life, it's perfectly fine. Because you know why? I'm not looking to end anything. I will use Japanese as much as I can whenever I can. You don't stop eating after you're full, right? You don't ever stop eating after you're full and say like you've completed the task of eating. So tomorrow you're not going to try to improve your eating or work on your eating and all that stuff. It's kind of like how you're maintaining your athleticism, Indy. You don't stop after you reach a milestone. And this milestone of fluency is, I almost feel like fluency itself, this word right here, fluency, or any like contextual flip of it, like fluent, this to me, here's a hot take. I want to write an essay on the toxicity that comes from this term. Toxicity in the language learning community. And it's not a toxicity in which it's directed. It's not a directed toxicity. So there really isn't a malice point to it. It's using this as though it's objective. If you professional linguists, I hope they agree with this. Maybe if you ask, what are the outstanding questions in the field of linguistics, right? This is something I would say if you ask a physicist these things, right? What are the outstanding questions? What are the $1 million Nobel Prize questions? What is a syllable? What constitutes as a language? All the fundamental questions that people use to measure fluency, there aren't actual answers to. Like conceptually. Are you going to get a different answer every time you ask these questions? Yes, you are going to. They're the $1 million questions. What constitutes a syllable? What constitutes a language? What is grammar? In science, no matter how much detail you get and how objective you become, there will be more questions. So when you view trying to reach whatever this is, and every single time you open your mouth or go on your keyboard and you tell someone, oh, if your main objective is to become fluent, this is useless. And that's objective. You're talking an uphill battle towards someone that you have absolutely no idea how ignorant that comment is. Or like Duolingo, well, it's not really useless, but it's basically useless because it's so suboptimal, it's useless. That's objective. Like, well, your main goal is fluency. You haven't even declared what fluency means. It's $1 million question. I would love to ask the Nobel Prize laureate who has a universal definition for fluency in which everyone agrees on. So when you think of suboptimal and you say Duolingo doesn't contribute to your steps towards fluency, and that's why it's useless, what is fluency to you? Does it involve vocabulary? If it does, you're wrong. If it's ear training, you're wrong. If it's looking at kana, you're wrong. If it's looking at kanji, you're wrong. So, this term is, it's the end game. It's such a lofty thing. Like, for me, if I were to make a counterexample, an analogy to what this is like, I would say the end goal of life is happiness. So now I'm going to frame it as an end goal. Indy, in order to achieve happiness, stop doing the following things because they're suboptimal. And then your first question would be to ask me, how are you measuring happiness? What are the metrics for happiness? Why are you giving me this advice for this thing that you can't quantify? And then I would go and say, well, if you think positively all the time in your life, then it is the optimal approach to maximizing happiness. Once again, and then I would say it's objectively true because lots of people believe this. If they are positive in their life, it leads to happiness. That is subjectivity. And in language learning, so much of this, you replace happiness with fluency. Well, define fluency for me, please. Is because as far as I know, happiness is like a lot of things. So is fluency. It's a lot of things. So how can you be so confident that you know something is useless or not? It's so absurd. It's almost like when people use the word fluency, there's a universal constant somewhere. Universal constant somewhere where I'm supposed to just naturally understand. Like, oh yeah, you mean that fluency. You're right. You're right. You make a great point. Yeah, definitely. Your fluency is definitely the same as my fluency. Yeah. So this is definitely a purely objective comment that you just made, because somehow we all agree on the standardizations of fluency when even the longest, most professional people around you, even your colleagues, can't agree on what fluency means, let alone what's a syllable, what is a sound, what is the optimal alphabet, or whatever, however you want to categorize it. So fine. I mean, it'd be nice if I wasn't talking about these things, but what I mean is I'm not making this stuff up. If I was making this stuff up, it would be worse than this. Like it would be less detailed. I don't think like this most of the time. I don't go around selling happy pills. At least I hope I don't. Maybe I'm giving the wrong impressions to people. I don't sell happy pills. I sell time. Time is what I'm selling, guys. I'm selling my time. Just a thought.
よく
And now I hope I finish this. It's fine. We'll be fine.
よく
Oh, what did I do this here?
テレビ
Oh,
テレビテレビ午前
Manga.
お
oh, stop.
午前漫
Manga o
画翻訳します
onyak shimasu. Okay. Oh, it's fine. We only have three lessons left. Watch me speedrun this.
ナビ
By speedrun this, I mean going at the exact speed I intend to go. Nabi wa
ありますか？
タクシーを運転します。タクシーを運転します。
unten shimasu. Oh, these are really simplified.
ナビを
What was this one? Skaimasu.
使います
Skaimasu.
よく運転しますか？よく
Unten shimasu.
運転しますか？
Ka. Yoku unten shimasu ka? Unten shimasu ka? Wait. I always drive? Oh, do you often drive? Whoops. Okay. Okay.
今日
Did you wash your car today, Indy? Wait, can I ask that in the form of question? Indy-san. I don't... Car o... Araimasu... Araimasu ka? Or I guess I could go with... Whoa. How does that work? Is it... Arau? Oh, yeah. No? Ara... Who? It doesn't matter. Not right now.
洗いますお
Oops.
洗いますタク
Taxi.
シー
Oh,
洗います
araimasu. Yo, taxi o araimasu. Yeah, we're good.
毎週タクシーを洗います。毎週タクシーを洗います。毎週タクシーを洗います。
午前8時。
午前8時。8時に朝ごはんを食べます。OK。
毎日運転します。毎日
毎日運転 Wait. Oh.
運転します。毎日運転します。
Yeah, 運転します。Okay. Yes, driving.
午前7時。
7時。午前。午前7時に。Oh, 学校に行きます。Okay. 毎日
バス
を洗います。
バスを運転します。
バスを運転します。Okay, I drive a bus. Fair enough. We're getting there. ナビを使います。ナビは本当に便利 Probably Bendy, isn't it?
便利
Bendy. Bendy ですね。
何時に起きますか？
何時起きますか? Interesting. What time do you get up? 午前8時に起きます。Fair enough.
バスの運転手の仕事はどうですか？
Okay. How's work as a bus driver? バスの運転手 Wait, someone corrected me earlier, right? Was it 運転手? No. Oh, let's see if it comes up. バスの運転手の仕事はどうですか?
ケンさん、何時に起きますか?
Okay, when do you get up, Ken? 午前6時。6時に起きます。Fair enough. Bus の運転手の仕事はどうですか?
どうですか?
お父さんはバスの運転手 Oh ですか? Wait, hold up, I gotta see this.
お父さん
お父さん
は
Constantly get these flipped. Kuruma. Oh no. Oh, it's Kuruma. Okay. Kuruma o te nai. You don't wash your car? Or is that Mote nai? Wait, you don't have a wait, whoa, what is mote? Educate me. And kuruma, okay, kuruma's car, okay. All right, Indy, bring on the lesson. Come on. Mote nai. Have or possess. Oh. Wait, you don't have a car? Or wait, you Wait, how do you get around in Texas? Indy, come on. Oh, don't tell me you run. I actually believe it. I would totally believe that you just run everywhere. I would totally believe that you run everywhere. I walk there or I have my brother take me out of town. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Man, that sounds so reasonable. I was hoping for you to say like, well, you know, back in my day, I walked 10 miles to school and 10 miles back. Even had a time to do a little shopping along the way. And on those hot afternoons, I don't know, I'm just making up stuff now. I grab an ice box, you know, you grab an ice box, load it up with ice, and you even bring back ice cream. I mean, although you did tell me how tall you were, so you walked to school every single year I went to school. Yeah, see, there you go. How far did you live from school, actually? I think I lived, my school was 17 miles away from where I live. So it was a little bit out of my reach. I don't think I would be ambitious enough to go. Oh, and also there's no sidewalks. I lived in the suburbia in that case. The very specific school I'm thinking of. My high school was 17 miles away. Middle school was the furthest, and I had to walk across a highway. Oh, your parents let you do that? Wait. Is this still Texas, or did you live somewhere else? Man, that's wild. You walked across a highway, huh? That's heckin' wild. All right, I have no excuse. I have no excuse. If you walked across a highway. That's crazy. Oto-san wa, I mean, that's cool. But also crazy. Glad you're still here with me.
バス
no
運転手
運転手
ですか
I could have this backwards. YOLO. Okay. It's fine. We're good.
安いカメラ
Is it expensive to own a car in Texas?
"高いカメラを使います」。高いカメラを使います。高いカメラを使います。
はい、写真家です。
はい、写真家です。I'm a photographer.
今日イベントで写真を撮ります。
Oh.
今日イベントで写真を撮ります。今日イベントで写真を撮ります。
Okay. Everything is pretty far away, but I'm lucky to live in a small town with everything that I want in it. I see. Gas will cost a lot because you're traveling for a while to get around. Okay. Yeah.
毎週旅行します。
You do know all I'm thinking about is like you live in this. You know I'm thinking of a Western right now, Indy. I'm basically thinking like I roll into town and there's like these like, you know, those like dust bush things. I forgot what they're called, like thimbleweed or tumbleweed. Yeah, the tumbleweeds. Yeah, the tumbleweeds. I'm thinking of a scene from No Country for Old Men right now. And if it is like that, I'm not laughing because it's not cool. I actually think that's really cool. If I like pull into a town and you just have everything in like the one run location, one strip, and then everywhere around it's like empty horizons because you have to travel way far out of town. Then you just pull up like, howdy partner. Sorry. I would not be disappointed if you came in on a horseback. Actually, do you own a horse? I actually think this is a stereotype, obviously. Generally speaking, the people that I know tangentially that have family in Texas, it's actually not that uncommon to have families that are into husbandry in Texas, or at least by coincidence. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I haven't ever visited Texas. I want to. I actually do. at least I know this is gonna sound really stereotypical, but you know, you still have to at least hit Houston and Austin to see what it's like. You don't own a horse? Oh, okay. How do you know people who own horses? I actually know someone in my neighbor, like relatively speaking, they have 3 peacocks. Like they have peacocks along with their horses and other things, but peacocks. Yeah, 3 peacocks, or maybe 2. It's either 2 or 3 peacocks. One of them is definitely male, because I've seen it. Males are the ones that have the huge ornamental tail thing. You can definitely tell one of them is male. Yeah, peacocks. I didn't even think it was I didn't even know if it's legal to do that, but peacocks. And I looked and there's no exceptions to peacocks. There are a bunch of ducks and all that stuff, and horses and cows, but peacocks. Yep. I have no idea. I don't have any idea if they're like neighboring or something. No idea. They really do look like peacocks. Maybe they're not peacocks. I'm not foresty enough. But as far as I know, they remind me of peacocks. There are a few people around here that has capybaras. Capybaras. I don't know if that's a thing for Texans either. Yeah. 毎週旅行します. I travel every week. Oh wait. Just kidding. Oh yeah. 毎週旅行します. Yeah. I travel every week.
写真家の仕事は楽しいですか？写真家？
写真家 something wait, I heard 楽しい so
の仕事
は楽しいですか？
写真家の仕事は楽しいですか？
写真家の仕事は楽しいですか？ Okay.
週末は旅行します。
What is the craziest animal? Well, what is the what is the most unusual experience you had with another animal? Like what I mean, oh, that came out so weird. Like that most exotic animal you think that gave you an experience when you encountered them. Because I haven't really had that much exposure to different animals in my life. I still have yet to like even feed a red panda, you know? That's kind of a bucket list thing. There are 1 or 2 places still you can kind of do it, sort of. 週末は旅行します。Okay. On weekends, I travel.
たくさん旅行しますか？
Honestly, I'm kind of curious. How often do you travel? Or is this your biggest trip you're ever going to take in your life?
たくさん
たくさん I heard
たくさん旅行しますか？
旅行
しますか？
Why did they separate it? Okay. Sure. Do you do a lot of traveling? Do you travel a lot? Better not be too loose about this. お兄さんも写真家ですか？
お兄さんも写真家ですか？
I was feeding bread to ducks at the city park, and one of them lunged toward me and almost bit my pants. I was terrified of ducks for the longest time after that. Oh my god. Wait, how old were you when that happened? I've seen one, so there are swans near in the neighborhood, like there's custom swans. I've seen a kid got chased by a swan before. I think that's pretty traumatic. When you have like swans are kind of nasty. Like what I mean is like they can get a little picky. And there were I seen kids be chased by geese as well. Like sometimes they, you know, they go be at you. I'm not entirely sure if I've been at like kind of trauma, like I don't think an animal has lunged at me in my life because I haven't been around animals too long. I mean, besides like a very passionate dog just jumping right on top of you and they're like 30-40 pounds. But ducks are buttheads. Oh, do you know anything about the Canadian duck? I forgot what it's called. Or geese. Oh no, they're geese. Never mind. They're not ducks. There's this really fun trivia about Canadian geese that one of the influencers that I listened to went on a deep digression about the history of the Canadian geese, where like at one point due to human interference or something they were close to extinction, and then now they survived and now they repopulate to the point where now they're just buttheads and they're so hardy and vast. I'm pretty sure they were Canadian geese. And it came from a very endearing story about this influencer asked his wife. So what are you terrified about? Or like something about like to the effect of, what are you scared of? Like, what are the things that worry about you? And his wife replied, Canadian geese, I think. It's something in the same family. And then he proceeded to describe and talk about the history of these ducks. Or these geese, right? And it was a very endearing story. And I'm talking about John Green, of course. If you're not familiar with John Green, he's a really he talks like an author, as he should. He's a very prominent writer who has just a way with storytelling. Like, what are you afraid of? Canadian geese, ducks. That's what that reminds me of. The whole like duck thing when you're 8. Oh man. So no more, right? What changed? It's just like, now I can show the duck who's boss or something. I don't know what changed with your duck episode. I don't think I've ever had a close encounter with duck. I don't think I've ever touched a duck, really, or even fed a duck. Although I've seen a giraffe. That's interesting. Like one where like a giraffe can sort of interact with the person because they're like, you're on this outlook thing and the giraffe can come close. That stuff is wild. Very wild.
で、
イベントで写真を撮りますか？ You've been to Tennessee, Florida, Pennsylvania, Montreal, and Canada. Oh yeah, you know what? You mentioned something about your mother being from Pennsylvania, and I totally skipped that. I think it was something about accents. Does she not sound like a Texan? I travel every week.
毎週
my shoe. You know, my shoe. My shoe. Oh, I forgot about dekakemasu. My shoe
旅行
ryoko
します
古いカメラを使います。That works.
使います。
使います。I have no idea. She just sounds like mom. Okay. Alright. Alright, buddy. Alright. Listen here. Mom, I can get behind that actually. I do I understand. I can get behind that. Just sounds like mom.
高い
高い
カメラを使います。
I was saying that maybe I don't hear a difference in the way you speak because my mom. Oh, okay. So you're, yeah. Interesting. I imagine when you're walking around, you hear the vast difference between your mother and like everyone else, right? I do have a friend who's married to someone who technically came from Texas, or her extended family's from Texas, and I don't really hear it either, but perhaps she spent most of her time in the north. I actually think it's pretty I like Southern drawl is wonderful. Although that's pretty much everything is pretty wonderful, as long as it's not boring. So don't sound like me. Do yourself a favor. Don't sound like me. Yoku. Yoku Saka? Can I do Saka? No. Why is arerugi here? Arerugi. Sportsu. Okay.
スポーツ
Sportsu works. Sportsu no evento 写真を撮ります。It's unique.
どこで写真を撮りますか？
Okay. I like it. It's unique. Conservative. Mysterious. どこで写真を撮りますか？ Oh, something about parents? What the heck is this? You may not. Restaurant de sashin o torimasu. Okay, fair enough. Famous restaurant. Sure.
楽しい
Ibento.
イベント
His work as a oh no. It's phrasing. Oh, that's fine.
写真家
写真家の仕事は楽しい
ですか？
Okay. One more lesson. Wow, we had a lot of time today.
友達とジムに行きます。友達とジムに行きます。
You need to go to bed? Thanks for hanging out, Andy. Thanks for listening. Thanks for contributing. Always appreciate it. I'm waiting for the day you go around and tell people that I've climbed Mount Fuji or Fujisan. You should record yourself live. Konnichiwa, Ishab. Bishop. Hello. Good morning. I think it's morning, right? You're just getting up? Hello, hello.
友達とジムに行きます。
友達と What?
友達とジムに行きます。
あ、
ジムに
行きます。
行きます。
Soon. Yeah, また明日。じゃあね、インディさん。インディさん。Though that team is famous, isn't it? You thought I was offline during that period as well? Oh, the sleeping thing? Oh. At this time. Oh, I'm calling it a day. I got sidetracked with a lot of other things I talked about. I was expecting to stop an hour ago, but we're at the last lesson. Sometimes I go long, sometimes I don't. You kind of feel it out. Always feeling it out. How are you? Did you sleep well? Did you sleep well? Done something interesting since the last time we talked? Anything going on?
その
そのチームは夢ですね。
プロの野球選手です。
プロの野球 And I lost it.
プロの野球選手です。
Oh, 選手
です。
です。午前4時にジムに行きます。
午前4時。
私の友達はプロのバスケットボール選手です。
バスケットボール
選手です。Whoops. 私の友達はプロのバスケットボール選手です。
午前
7時。7時に運動します。毎日ゲームのチームのジムに行きます。
よくどこで運動しますか？
I am now shopping for clothing, ordering food, and drink lesson. Interesting. That sounds like a full day of stuff. よくどこでOh. Are you talking about your language learning thing? You're learning about shopping for clothes, ordering food, and drink. I'm sorry. I totally misunderstood what you said. That was my fault. You're at the lesson. Yeah, you're at the lesson. Nice. I don't know what lesson I don't know which lesson that is. Section 2, Unit 7. I feel like it's like Unit 7. Plus or minus 1. Nice. よくどこで運動しますか？チームのジムで運動します。Yeah. Work at the team gym. Sure. Work out at the team gym. Exercise. プロのスポーツチーム。That's it. Really? No nose. Okay. プロの
チーム、
スポーツ。
スポーツ、チーム。
毎日運動しますか？
毎日運動しますか？ Do you exercise every day?
よくチームと旅行します。よく
チームと運動します。Oh, よ
くチームと旅行します。
旅行
します。
します。旅行します。Often travel with the team, sure. プロの役選手です。
プロの
野球選手です。Let's try this again. プロの野球選手です。
ジムで運動します。
Okay. I do exercise at the gym. Oh, I almost said do, which, I guess. You can kinda.
プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？
Okay. プロの野球選手の仕事はどうですか？
プロのテニス選手ですか？
プロのテニス選手ですか？ Oh, are you a pro tennis player? Okay. 会社事務でよく会社事務で運動します。よく
会社
の事務で運動します。Where do you exercise? どこで運動しますか？
運動しますか。
Okay. Alright. That's it. We're good. That's it. That's it for today. Tomorrow will be the repeat and then off we go. Media and communication. Or communicate at work. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening to me rant. I don't think I stayed on a topic for that long. But maybe, yeah, I'm going to cut out that part. Or I'm going to edit out a special video for that part. The perspective shift. I think the perspective shift is interesting. Yep. End of day 57. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Always feel free to comment, share your experiences as usual. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. As always, mata ashita. じゃあね。